Good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order. It's nice to see that we've got a room full for a change. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area. We recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for today, please? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, the October 5th, 2023 meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Hearing none. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of September 21st? Councillors Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the September 21st, 2023 regular council and public meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. So we have a motion to go into a public meeting. So could I have a mover and a seconder to go from the regular session into public meeting? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council adjourn this regular meeting at 9:01 a.m. in order to proceed into a public meeting for the purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application H ZBA 1023, part of lot 27, concession 4, geographic township of Stanhope.
All in favor? That's carried. Mr. O'Callaghan. Morning.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
Like to go ahead with your report?
Certainly. This property is currently zoned rural residential and designated rural under the official plan. The property is approximately 1.13 acres in area with 20 meters of frontage on Chelsea Lane. Surrounding uses are generally rural residential and shoreline residential, and the lands are currently vacant. The property is zoned rural residential and the applicant is proposing to construct a single family dwelling. However, our bylaw does require vacant lots to have frontage on a improved public street in order to be considered eligible for development. And these lands are accessed via a privately maintained road. The proposed zoning amendment will rezone the lands from rural residential to rural residential exception 17. In order to permit development of a single family dwelling on a lot without frontage on an improved public street. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, as well as posted on the township website and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received. However, one comment was just received, so I will read that just for the record. And it is from Helene K. I wish to officially let you know that I would like to be notified of the township's decision in regards to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. I also wish to preserve my appeal rights as I am currently out of the country and unable to make the meeting tomorrow. In addition, I have reviewed the application and under access to the subject lands, the question is answered as Highway 118 and Fader. As the applicant's direct neighbor, I have been told that our legal access to Highway 118 is not via Fader, but rather via Chelsea Lane. Since the gate has been locked at Chelsea Lane and Highway 118, this is no longer viable. What then is the correct answer to this question in the application form? And then finally, can you please define what is a lot without frontage on an improved public street, and in what way does Chelsea Lane qualify as this? What are the implications of permitting the development of the above single family dwelling as a lot without frontage on an improved public street? So based on these comments and also on additional information I've received from another neighboring property owner, there are some questions around the legal access to this lot. So at this time, I am recommending now that we defer the application pending verification on the legal access to this property.
Okay, it just sounds to me that the issue is more with respect to Ms. Kay's property as opposed to the actual application, but I mean, we'll definitely go with your recommendation. Does any members of council have a question about that? I guess in accordance with the rules for public meetings, I have to ask if there's anyone in the room who wishes to speak to this application, either in support or opposition to it. Hearing none. Do we have, or could we have a motion to defer? Okay. So if there are no further questions about that, could I have a motion to come out of the public meeting and return to the regular session? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council adjourns its public meeting at 9:05 a.m. and the regular meeting resumes.
All in favor? That's carried. So could I have a mover and a seconder then to defer the application by Canarosi? Councillors Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council acknowledge receipt of report PL 11123 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 27 concession for geographic township of Stanhope, submitted by Sean O'Callahan dated October 5th, 2023, and the council defers the application until such time legal access to the property is confirmed.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the delegations section, and today we have, I believe, Logan Percy, James Cooper, and Gary Trapp. You might have to slide one additional chair forward. Good morning, gentlemen. Before we go forward, I do want to make a couple of comments, and you may not be entirely happy with these, but in the process that we have for delegations, we normally receive some form of presentation. And what you have given us in this case are questions that would be submitted to our planner and responded to by our planner under the planning section of our delegation. So we council will not be going through your questions one by one. But if you wish to make statements or, a position statement, like you're definitely more than welcome to do that. Just so that, normally, if you were going to do that, that material would be provided to us in advance so that we have an idea, what you're going to say and how to respond. So at any rate, the floor is yours.
Yeah, we understand that. So Madam Mayor and councillors, thank you for having us here again. Again, my name is James Cooper, and with me today is Logan Percy. Last time we were here to discuss the proposed bylaw for license of occupation, we came as individuals. Today, we are here as a delegation of the Haliburton County Landowners Association, which is now a chapter under the Ontario Landowners Association. The Ontario Landowners Association is an organization that has been in existence for nearly 2 decades. Its mandate is to preserve and protect the rights of property owners. It seeks to influence laws and regulations, whether federal, provincial, or municipal, to be written in a manner that respects the rights of property owners. The Ontario Landowners Association has been granted on 2 occasions intervenor status by the Supreme Court of Canada to speak to cases involving property rights. So what we hope to accomplish today is I'd like to discuss the answers that were submitted, or the answers to our submitted questions based on the responses of the township. I'd also like to discuss the new draft version of the license of occupation, which we saw yesterday. Logan would like to discuss his thorough review of past council meetings going back to 2021, where the license of occupation was openly discussed. This is relevant to our questions about how the license of occupation was written. And then finally, we do have further asks of council before moving forward with this bylaw that we'd like to ask. So first, let me state that we appreciate the township taking the time to review our questions. However, after reviewing the latest answers that the township provided to our questions and reviewing the council meeting of September 7th, where council openly discussed each individual question, we as a group strongly recommend the township needs to further clarify their answers. We asked for documented guidelines around several questions like the scenarios where the township can revoke a license. And the response was there are a number of reasons why a license could be terminated, and at this time, guidelines will not be developed. In the draft version of the license of occupation, it states the township of Algonquin Highlands reserves the right to terminate a license of occupation at its sole discretion. It doesn't state anything more than that, no appeal process, nothing. Since you cannot supply guidelines, does this mean that you will make the rules up as you go along? Or have you not done enough of your own education to figure out how this bylaw will be implemented and enforced? Without guidelines, how can we understand our basic rights under this license? And how can you understand how it will affect the both of us? If council had decided to lease a new facility instead of fixing the existing Dorset Recreational Center, and the property owner put in the contract that the lease could be terminated at any time without any reason or appeal process, would council sign it? I would think not. This is exactly what you're asking us to sign. Every contract comes with guidelines so that you know your basic rights under that contract, but the township responses indicate none. Within a couple of our questions, it was asked if the applicant would have exclusive rights to the licensed land, meaning it will no longer be deemed as public accessible. And the township's response was yes. However, the draft license of occupation makes no mention of the subject lands being exclusive to the applicant, and I'd like to know why. The Ontario Landowners Association has stated to us on a number of occasions that if we do not know or understand our rights with regards to this legally binding contract, then we have no rights. Without documented guidelines, anyone who signs this agreement effectively has little to no rights. Before I pass this over to Logan, let me ask one final question. Mayor Danielson, you stated at the end of the August meeting when council voted to rescind the bylaw, we've been looking at this for more than 10 years. Are we going to sign it or not? I'd like to remind council that we've only been looking at this since August. And who does this affect more, the township or us? I would say because we are the ones putting out the significant funds, it would be us. So we want to make sure that we get this right.
If I could just, before we get into the next section, ask if any members of council have any questions so far about this. The one thing I'd like to know, and I really do want to say, I'm glad to see that you've decided to join or form an organization, because I do see strength in that. And it's always kind of been my hope that, particularly when it comes to the cost of insurance, that there might be some, a better deal that could be made when it's a group purchase, or that there would be, some assistance provided to you through the forming of an organization. I would ask, has the Haliburton County Landowners Association officially in place now, or are you in the process?
We are in place now.
Okay.
We are an official chapter under the
And
Ontario
how many
Landowners.
members do you have so far?
That we do not want to, we're not going to tell. The Ontario landowners won't tell us how many they have. So,
Really?
yep. And they don't recommend we do.
Yeah, the reason that I would ask is that it's hard to determine how many, if just as an example, where there's 250 properties involved
Mhm.
or 300, we're not absolutely certain on that. How many of those 250 people are you representing when you state your case? It's kind of nice to have an idea about that, but that's fine. I mean, if that's
At
the
this point, I would say
recommendation.
we recommend all of, or we represent all of them.
Well, I don't believe that that's the case because we have had people who are impacted by this proposed bylaw who are fine with that.
Right. But I would say counter to that is that the Ontario landowners doesn't necessarily mean that or recommend that you join their membership. They give advice, and that's exactly what we're doing.
There's donations that we receive that aren't members. There's other factors involved. And I mean, we're only getting a number within 50% accuracy on how many people are affected by this bylaw. And you've had 10 years to figure that out. So I think we don't really need to tell you guys numbers if you're not going to give us numbers. I don't know. Do you disagree?
No.
Any questions or comments? Over to you, Logan.
At the August 17th, 2023 council meeting, Mayor Danielson claimed that in fact, Algonquin Highlands is in the minority. It's my understanding that all of the other 3 municipalities in the county do have something similar in place. We have long ago confirmed that all 3 of the other municipalities in Haliburton County have debated all these same issues, and their policies are only meant to be used on new lots or where non-waterfront property owners are requesting to put a dock in on the shore road allowance. On September 7th of 2023, Mayor Danielson stated, "I've got to say, for somebody to implement a policy and then not do anything about it is not a responsible approach." On April 21st of 2021, the Minden Times quoted Councillor Barry as saying, "I'd like to see a uniform approach to this issue throughout the county. It would be nice if all the townships were on the same page." We fully agree. We recommend that Warden Danielson hold a council meeting with the Haliburton County Council with the other townships to discuss this issue. Perhaps we'll learn all the other reasons that the townships have for not enforcing a policy like this retroactively. If being in the minority was a reason for Algonquin Highlands to implement this policy, should being in a minority not now be a reason to not implement the policy retroactively? During the council meetings of April 15th, June 17th, and July 15th of 2021, there were dozens of promises for a public education campaign. A very small number of those examples are as follows. Mayor Danielson said, "I really think the first thing we need to do is the education piece and let people know that you don't own the land and you can't do whatever you want on it. And here's what we're considering doing on a go forward basis." Lisa Berry said, "I think if the average person does think they own it, then it does echo the importance of public education." Angie Bird said, "I do think there's value in having a lengthy education process." Jen Dyu said, "I think we want to start this education program off with a bang and keep it rolling." We've been unable to find any further discussion of that education campaign or any evidence of it occurring between the meeting in July of 2021 and when the policy was approved by council on July 20th of 2023. It seems this policy was implemented in the exact way that would be expected if you knew that it would not be popular and did not want to have discussions about it. In fact, Carol Moffat stated on July 15th, 2021, that there will be a tremendous number of people that will cry afoul of Cloak of Darkness and say that they weren't consulted. It was very clear to us that everyone in those 2021 council meetings had a very high level of discomfort and that much more discussion and work was required, as well as a public education campaign before a policy would be implemented. Everyone that we've spoken to thought you'd abandon this issue due to it being a problematic issue no matter what we do, as Mayor Danielson stated on July 15th of 21. And an incredibly unpopular process. I'm not sensing a lot of full-on comfort with the way it's written now, as Carol Moffat said the same day. That's how things were left off 2 years ago, and we're struggling to understand why we've been made to feel that we weren't paying attention and that everyone did or should have known this would be implemented. On September 7th of 2023, Sean recommended to council to not sell any shore road allowances to anyone across the road from their waterfront, regardless of whether there was 66 or more feet of distance to the water's edge. There are many instances where there's properties with more than 66 feet to the current water's edge. Both of us have probably 100. There are also many instances where there's people with less space than that have already been sold their shore road allowances. There are multiple places on North Shore Road and Halls Lake Road where the distances between private properties on both sides of the road is much less than 66 feet. making it ridiculous to assume that the township will ever expand to a four-lane road or need 66 feet of space or more than that. In the July 15th, 2021 council meeting, Sean indicated that the intent from my perspective was to mirror the shoreline purchase policy so these properties would have an opportunity similar to those that don't have a road running between them and the waterfront. Yet when you have the opportunity to actually mirror that policy in every single way, you're telling us it's not an option. If you're all interested with parity and equity as it appears from previous videos I've seen of your meetings, can you please explain to us what the real reasoning is for not entertaining the sale of shoreline road allowances where more than 66 feet exists? From our zoning bylaw, a shoreline residential 1 zoning is defined as a shoreline residential with access from year-round public roads. There's 31 subcategories of SR1 described in the zoning. Some have smaller lot sizes, some are allowed to have an extra dwelling, some have altered setbacks, yet not a single one of those SR1 exceptions indicates that those across the road from the shoreline are considered to be a second-class waterfront owner. There's no exception in the zoning for us to have any different rules than any other SR1 zone property. Why is that? If we're so different from the other people that don't have the misfortune of a road in the road allowance, then shouldn't we be zoned differently or have an exception like SR 120, who has a restriction that development on the property shall be limited to that of stairs, a dock, and a deck attached to the dock? During the July 15th, 2021 council meeting, Carol Moffat asked, why would we charge anyone $100 a year to do this? Because that kind of feels like a money grab. And everyone in that meeting agreed. We would like to know what caused that yearly fee to go from $100 a year to $500 a year when everyone seemed uncomfortable with it at $100 a year 2 years ago. You're now saying that it's to align fees with the other townships who don't charge fees for this situation. So we think that number should be zero. In the Highlander article of July 27, 2023, Mayor Danielson was quoted as saying, people have been enjoying the use of our property, nothing that belongs to them at all, for decades at no cost. In the August 17, 2023 council meeting, Mayor Danielson also stated that the assessment and taxation is far less for properties across the road from the shoreline, and that there's a great percentage of our population that believes it's the right thing for us to do. However, as we've stated and proven, MPAC does assess us as waterfront residential. Our properties are bought and sold at waterfront pricing, and Algonquin Highlands taxes us accordingly. Our research indicates that when compared to similar properties that do not cross a road to get to the water, we do in fact pay very similar amounts of tax per year as all other equivalent waterfront residential properties, with a very slightly reduced assessment value and tax burden due to the road that we must cross to get to the water, which surely everyone must agree makes sense. So we clearly are paying our fair share, and we always have been. What's worse is that when this policy goes into effect as currently drafted, we will likely be paying more taxes and fees to use our waterfront than any other residents in Algonquin Highlands. With that top level of expense to use our waterfront, what do we get in return? Will you come to slow down the traffic on our road so our children can cross it safely to get to the water? Will you cut our grass, clean up fallen trees, reinforce the eroding embankments for us? Will you make sure that the water levels aren't mismanaged anymore? Maybe put a weir or a dam back in place at the outlet of Maple Lake to prevent the environmental devastation that's regularly caused by the rapidly fluctuating water levels, as was requested and denied years ago. I doubt it. Instead, we get a vague contract that does not allow us to replace our structures and can be revoked at any point in time for any reason. We continue to be treated as second-class waterfront properties, but now we're going to be paying more than first-class waterfront taxes. If you think many of us will sign these incredibly biased and unfair agreements, you're not paying attention. And as Carol Moffat stated at the July 15, 2021 council meeting, don't kid yourself, no one's going to support this. You obviously realized that that liability excuse was not going to turn the tide of public's opinion sufficiently, so it sure looks like you decided to throw us under the bus and claim we weren't paying our fair share. Almost every time I talk to someone about this issue, they all say something similar to, well, you guys aren't paying for it, so we think they're doing the right thing. It was a very effective comment to get public support for what had clearly been up to that point a very unpopular policy. And we're now living in a community that thinks that we've been taking advantage of the township and its taxpayers. So at this point, we expect that false narrative to be corrected publicly as soon as possible, or show us some sort of justification for how you arrive at this conclusion. Even when we specifically asked on August 17, 2023 for how you arrive at this conclusion, Sean stated, MPAC has advised that yes, they are assessed as waterfront property, but it's adjusted accordingly. Please assume from now on that you aren't speaking to 5-year-olds and that deceitfully worded answers like that are not acceptable. Many answers were poor, patronizing, or outright avoided the issue, which is why we've submitted follow-up questions to get proper answers to those questions. And after that, we got those back. Unfortunately, either Algonquin Highlands isn't capable of answering those very basic questions, or you don't want everyone to know how bad the answers are. That's it.
So just to conclude, I've been told that we have to trust in our elected officials to make the decisions on our behalf, but trust is earned. To that end, we ask council to honor your commitment to discussed in previous council meetings of educating the constituents so that we fully understand what will be required of them under this bylaw. That way we can make an educated decision on whether we sign it or not. To supply documented guidelines where requested so that we understand our rights and can make an informed decision on whether we sign this license or not. And finally, the township has stated multiple times that they are not responsible for impact designations and assessments. However, the combination of impact and the township is what determines our taxes. To that end, we would like council to arrange a meeting with all of us here and impact, where we can both ask questions of impact with regards to taxation. We'd like to understand why the township continues to say that we do not pay our fair share of taxes when clearly we believe we do. And we'd also like to know what the tax implications of signing this agreement are. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I've got to commend you. You guys have done a lot of work, and that's evident. I'm not sure that I agree with everything that you've said, but I mean, you don't agree with everything we've said either. So I mean, obviously there's some work that needs to be done there. It's extremely difficult to respond to something that we have not been able to see in advance. And it is completely out of our normal process that you would make such a substantive presentation to us without having provided that information to us, which is what we require when we have a delegation. So I would ask that you provide us with copies of what you presented to us today. And ask if members of council have any questions. We're not going to enter into a back and forth right now.
No problem.
We've received your comments and heard them. And I just would like to know if members of council have any questions. And I'd like to hear that you're willing to provide us with the copies of your presentation.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
And it remains to be seen how we will respond. Or, you know, what recommendations we'll take forward. We need to talk about that.
So just one comment. The one thing that I would like to make it clear is that, again, you have been looking at this for 10 years, and we basically have been looking at it since August. We fully don't, obviously, we don't understand the full ramifications of signing this and how it's all going to play out. And I don't think council understands that either. You just admitted to the fact that, you know, we don't know what we're getting into here. So
I don't believe I said that, but go ahead.
no, I'm just saying that, I mean, I've talked to a number of people, council members too, and, you know, I keep coming back to the fact that we are going to be held accountable, and you can terminate that license at any time, and there's no appeal process. I've looked at the actual agreement, and it states in there that there's no tribunals, there's no lawsuits, there's nothing. Like you covered yourself in a way that says that if we have any disputes, then there's no recourse for us.
Every single thing is on your side, which just can't be that way. Why would we sign that?
And you got to admit that we are going to have to put out significant funds for this. So what happens in 4 years when council changes over and we get a new council? Then we're at the mercy of them. How do we go about doing that? Like, how do we safeguard ourselves against that?
One thing I will say is that, well, I think everyone has heard me say that and admit that we probably jumped the gun a little bit in putting the policy in place when we did. I firmly believe that we did jump the gun. And I will say that you know, in some ways you have forced our hand with respect to education. I think there's a lot more information out there now. And I think we've gone a lot further with respect to education. And we should have done it earlier. There's no question about that. There has been a lot of information out there, but obviously, you know, from what we're hearing, not enough. At any rate, I'll say we will definitely be taking what you presented to us into consideration. And I would ask once more if members of council have any questions.
One final comment. When you talk about education, I think that's goes both ways. Understanding what our position as well as yours. Do you not agree?
I have to be careful what I say. Obviously, I'm being quoted on everything I've said for the last 5 years. I have to think about that. Yes, to some extent. To some extent.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you to you
Thank
both.
you.
So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Councilors Barry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Council Barry, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives a delegation from Logan Percy and James Cooper of the Halliburton County Landowners Association regarding the township's draft policy for license of occupation for new and existing structures on township-owned shore road allowances that are not adjacent to the applicant's property.
All in favor? That's carried. Once again, thank you. And it really is nice to see, whether you're happy campers or not, see people in our council chambers listening to the process, and you know, it gives us so much better sense of where we are with respect to the public. So I appreciate all of you having been here. Okay, next on the agenda is Public Works. So the first item is the Dorset Rec Center. I guess we're looking at you for that report.
You are, yes. Adam is on vacation, so council may have seen on the our-
Hang on just 2 seconds. Let them call him. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
on our Facebook page, we've been posting lots of pictures of the progress, and we are continuing the work inside the building, and the outside excavation work has now begun. So progress is quickly happening. So we're excited about that.
So I know I asked this question earlier, but not in front of all of council. We're just kind of wondering if there's any notion about completion time, and you know, because I know that there's planning underway, and you know what we can look at for that.
I don't have a formal answer on that. We're still hopeful for the end of the year, but realistically, I suspect it'll be into the new year.
So I know that council had initially thought that it might be nice to be able to have some kind of Christmas festivities in the building. But it looks to me like, you know, with planning underway for Snowball, that we can, you know, hopefully that's something that will work out, and we can celebrate both the reopening of the building and Snowball at the same time. So no.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, I did have my fingers crossed. So no challenges that they've run into in the course
Not
of
so
their
far,
work.
yeah.
Any questions from council? Councillor Shortreed.
I just want to let Angie know that, thank you for the pictures. It is such a upbeat for Dorset, to talk Dorset. So
Good.
Keep them coming, because it's just getting everybody positive about it reopening again and making everybody be happy. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So we just received that for information. Next is the airport committee update. Other than receiving the minutes, I just have to say, and I know that we'll hear more from Adam when he returns at the next meeting. It was just a fabulous event on the weekend. We couldn't have asked for better weather. It was like the gods were with us, and we've seen more members of the public show up and enjoy, all ages of people. We had, I think, over 50 aircraft, 88 classic cars, all the fire equipment, MNRF was there. Our own equipment was lined up with pride, and our, volunteer firefighters were there. It was just a really, really fabulous event. And I hope that it's the beginning of a lot of good things to come for events at the airport. Other than that, I guess I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to receive the September the 14th committee minutes. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Short Reed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Short Reed. Be it resolved that council receives the September 14th, 2023 Airport Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. I should have asked Councillor Richards if there's anything that you wanted to add to that.
I mean, it was a fantastic event. It is, a lot of support from the community on it. We have a lot of very happy people out there. We had an excellent turnout from far and wide that came out, and all of them eager to come back next year. Our vendors sold out, which was very unexpected, but fantastic. Clearly, we need more vendors. And I'm looking forward to planning the next event.
Thank you. So next on the agenda is a discussion about airport development and the soon to be developed RFP for an update to the development plan that we had a number of years ago. We are fortunate to have Scott Ovell with us from the county. He's the Director of Economic Development and Tourism. And I thought it was important that, when we have this discussion that we hear from Scott. I just would hate to develop an RFP and get involved in a process and find out months down the road that, darn, why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we talk to Scott? So welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council.
So I'm not quite sure how to start the discussion other to say, maybe to ask if you have any thoughts for us before we go any further.
Yeah, through your worship. I did review the previous strategy that was done and the RFP that was, I'm assuming that was developed kind of the scope of work for that project. So overall, the RFP that was developed in 2012 really is pretty solid for what you're looking at for the development of an airport site. I think it's just more reading through the actual strategy. I think a lot of it comes down to ownership of the document and kind of, assigning resources and having staff in place and supports from, in my case, it would be support from the county and how do we fit in the actual implementation. More than happy to review the document once it's drafted and provide our comment. I would say probably just, and this is experience just drawing on conversations I've had with people at the Muskoka airport, is the only thing there's mention of tourism in this document, I think from 2014. And just in conversations with them, they went through the whole process to get, I believe it was WestJet or Porter into that airport. It was a substantial cost to get the security screening equipment and all that in place. And I think it ran for, I'm going to say a year and a half, and then Porter pulled out on that. So I would look at it more from an economic development, your traditional economic development lens of, what can you do from an industry standpoint out there? Can it be a hub to develop? And then I think kind of the lingering question with that is probably comes around servicing. And I know that's going to be answered in the actual plan, but what does that look like? How is it funded? From a county standpoint, we're more than happy to work with you, and now we've got our ECDEV microsite up and running. That gives us the legs that we can kind of further build on and focus on what's going on around the at the airport and promote it as a business destination, not so much maybe as a tourism destination, and promote the lands and what's available there. And we can get really specific with that when we work with some of our content writers on where we put that, how do we put it into the marketplace. But overall, the document from 2012 is really solid. It's I would say kind of a really good foundation to work off. I would even suggest the plan that you got in 2014 provides you a lot of solid information that you could work off. It just runs, I think it's like a lot of these large documents, you just run into kind of staffing resources and allocation and budget allocation as to how you take it from point A to point B. It's really challenging when you get I think without the appendices, it's a 45 or 50 page document to kind of drill that down and figure out where you actually start on that and who's doing what. So I think maybe on the RFP side, you would probably really want to maybe focus more on, and the document does provide pretty solid tactics, but it's a little vague on who's doing what. And that might be when you write it, focus on, it's again, the county does have an economic development function now, so that makes it a little bit easier to say, where does the county fit in on this? And how do we either, I'd be reluctant to say drive it with county council approval, but yeah, like what's our ownership level of what's produced? I would probably think that maybe the final plan would actually, maybe you would take it to county council for adoption, right? And then it puts it in our kind of, I guess, operational mandate once that's done. And then whatever that motion would look like, it would probably be, something that where we're identified to help assist or lead. Then that gives us the direction to do so. And it's a little bit, the lines of communication then are just a lot more open and we're not going back and forth.
It was interesting going back and reading the initial bid to our RFP and what they proposed to do. And there were some things in that we kind of laughed at and thought were not appropriate, like a hen condo. But there, going back and looking at it, there's a lot of things that were good recommendations and that we didn't follow through on. I mean, we've gone through a period of time where first, it just seemed that there were other priorities, first and foremost, before the airport, and then COVID sort of put a dent in everything. So I'm really glad to see a focus back in place. With respect to the county, I'm not sure that the county would actually adopt our plan, but whether they would support it. Going back years, the county actually contributed financially to the airport. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was an acknowledgement that the airport serves the county as much as it, well, to a great extent, as much as it does Algonquin Highlands. And it's a county a facility in many ways. So, when I look at the recommendations about working with tourism, with economic development and tourism to, promote partnerships with our tourism stakeholders, I think that there's so much more that we can do just to heighten awareness about the airport, improve how people view the airport, look at slow, steady progress, increased aviation traffic, more events there. As you said, you use the word community hub, and that's something that the council has always wanted to see, that it become a community hub for the public in a variety of different ways. And, also we now have land that's surveyed and ready to market. So we'll, definitely will need some assistance when it comes to marketing. Because we don't have an official marketer, but I think those skills might be at the county to help us with land. You got some, I see your somewhat wrinkled brow. You got some comments?
If I could just add, no wrinkled brow. But I just wanted to let council know that as part of this process, I have, as you're aware, I've spoken to Kate at the county who will help build the RFP. And we've talked about getting some direction on the scope of the RFP, obviously. So I just wanted to give council some of the thoughts that I had reiterated to her that I've heard over the years from council on this. And that is, to update and identify some new business opportunities at the airport. So that would be light industrial, commercial opportunities. the marketing strategies which you've outlined to promote the space and identify. And one of the things that I've heard over the years from council is the slow progressive growth of the airport. And that's been identified as a really important piece. And so I had suggested that we could identify some short, medium, and long-term milestones. Those are in the plan, but obviously need to be updated. And that would be sort of over 5, 10, 20 years. And then identify ways that the airport can become self-sufficient. And I've also heard council talk about that. That is not in any real way identified in the current plan. So I think that I've heard that from council, and I think that's important to be included in the scope. So just looking for like sort of input and feedback on those things that we've talked about.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks very much to all of you. For me, there are two primary things that I really would love to see addressed in a future RFP. One is the market side of our land use possibilities. So if we build it, will they come? The same as the Porter Airlines question. If we decided to go in and put money into servicing those lots, do we know that there will be a market for those lots? Or the fact that they're a little bit further away from the main highway, or that they can't get a commercial plane in, or that they're too far from a major urban center, whatever it might be. Do we actually know that there is a market for those spaces by the people who would use them before we put money into that space? And I'll just keep going if I can. And the second piece, and this is really the critical one for me, is how can we manage it so that the economic benefit comes to our business community and our economy? If we're going to put quite a substantial amount of taxpayer money into this, do we not need to be sure that the primary benefit will be for the taxpayers? And my worst case scenario would be, we develop those 15 lots, for example, and we put in a considerable amount of money into servicing them with hydro or whatever it could be. And then who comes in is a business from Toronto and another one from Minden. And I really want a Minden company to thrive, but do the taxpayers of Algonquin Highlands have to pay for that? Or should that be more of a county thing? How we've got a very small but vibrant business community here in Algonquin Highlands who are paying their own taxes into this. So how can we make this about Algonquin Highlands? And if that's not the strategy, then how can either it be funded from a broader spectrum, or if it is going to be used more by other municipalities in the county because of the proximity, then indeed thinking about what Scott was saying, should this not become maybe a county plan? I'm sorry. I appreciate that wouldn't be necessarily taken up, but I think the idea is valid, that if we're going to have more businesses from Minden and Halliburton using that space, then it is a county facility. It's not an Algonquin Highlands facility. So these are the sorts of considerations that I would have moving ahead.
See, I view it that even if it's someone from Minden or Halliburton or Lindsay that decided that they wanted to invest in or develop at our airport, that the benefit ultimately comes to Algonquin Highlands. I mean, they have a place to operate and their business would be hopefully successful. But I mean, there's still taxation, land sale. I mean, there's all sorts of benefits that come to Algonquin Highlands in the process. I'm not disagreeing with you at all, nor did I mean to be disrespectful by chuckling. I'm just sort of thinking about the 10 years ago when the county discovered that we were going to look at an alternate runway. I mean, they just cut bait and ran and stopped, investing in the airport. Now, I don't know what the reaction and response would be to now, but I think if it can be promoted and marketed in such a way that everybody can see the benefit to the whole county, that there would be more opportunity to I'm just gonna go to Julie, who had her, I'm sorry, Councillor Shortreed, who had her
I
hand
just
up.
wanted to add to your, if we build it, will they come? But where will the employees live? Like, can we have some type of piece in it about some type of housing development?
Well, that
Because
was yet,
that's
that's
the
yet,
problem.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's something that I definitely wanted to.
Because they can bring their business here, but if they have nowhere affordable for their employees to live, then it's not gonna be a viable business.
That was one of the things that I would like to see added to, I mean, I've got a list of things that, I'd like to see us consider. But housing, in the back corner, I think that there's probably sufficient land there that we could look at, carving off a couple of acres and looking at, I don't know. I mean, we later on in a discussion about housing, we see that the Tiny House Association is approaching municipalities and, we could look at any number of opportunities there. It's another piece of land. And that could be folded into the RFP, that's one of the things that we would consider for certain, sure. And back to you, Jen.
I was going to make a clarification and now I am so caught by Julie's idea that I forgot my clarification. So that's absolutely fine.
We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Some of the things that I had listed, the things that we need to, well, I talked about investigating, maybe greater access in a number of ways. Should we be considering additional hangar space? The hangars, to my knowledge, or best of my knowledge, are full. But they were not that long ago. I mean, I think that there's a bit of a transition, but for the most part, they've been well used. Is that something that we need to consider? Do we do the same size of hangars or kind of hangars that we did before? I think that there were some a couple of challenges with respect to the way they were built, and that's with respect to drainage and things like that. Do we build smaller hangars? Do we build a lot of them at once or just like a little bit at a time? We look at high tech opportunities, obviously all kinds of marketing opportunities from every perspective, from land development to partnerships with tourism to, partnerships with the county. We need to improve our image and I really look forward to, having, despite what the county decides on the long term, we do know that we will have lots of opportunity to work with economic development and tourism, and going forward. He's going to say, no, you don't.
No, just a point of clarification. So I don't get in trouble with my existing CAO or my future CAO. So when I talked about the county's involvement, an example I can give just from the existing plan is it's item 1.3 under your short-term strategy where it says market the airport as a tourism destination. So where I see this on the implementation side is where this could get presented to county councils. Perhaps there's a list of items within the document that you would say, county staff be directed to aid in the implementation on item 1.3, 2.5, just from a staffing standpoint. And I would, just the second point, you had talked about high tech. Servicing comes up a lot in the strategy. And maybe probably within the scope of the RFP, we've, technology's advanced a lot since 2014 in that space. So maybe there's some language around exploring beyond just servicing beyond just traditional water and sewer. Are there other options there to get that site serviced or look at it that way that perhaps is more cost effective and it could still allow you to develop the site?
Thank you. Well, just a couple of other items before I go out to the rest of council. I think that we do need to ultimately just to take a look at our fee structure that we've got in place. And I know that we've done comparisons in the past, but just to, to update and make sure that we're still in line with our fees. You've got a question?
I do, just for clarification. That wasn't, so council wants that as part of the development?
I'm just throwing that out there, that's one of the things that if we want to become self-sufficient, that's one of the aspects that we'd have. I mean, it's the same as, do we build hangars? Because that's more revenue for us. Do we look at our fee structure? Do we look at landing fees or parking fees? And I know that has an impact on staff. we heard over the weekend that we should maybe be investigating, if we're not going to investigate other runway options, that we look at maybe enhancing opportunities for float planes and how that can work and how they can become more involved in the airport. So those are kind of some of the thoughts that I had. You know, when it comes to funding, I know that, you know, we always need to keep a really close eye on whatever funding opportunities there are. And if there's anything out there that's available to assist us in some of the development, we need to keep a close eye on that. So I would look to Deputy Mayor Dayu. I want to hear from all members of council on this. This is a big thing for us. It's a huge opportunity for some economic growth, and we all need to have input into how we're going to go forward, or any ideas on what we should do. Go ahead.
On those very good ideas, you have questions about hangars, questions about fees. Those are all important parts of the equation. For me, the final equation has to prove how a combination of all of these things will put us into the black. If this were a private business, the document being received by the board or by the shareholders would not only be, here are some ideas about what we could do, but actually contain financial projections of how those ideas could bring us fully into the black. And that is the level of detail that I would really like to see in any kind of document that comes back to council. The previous documents, I agree, they had some really good ideas, but there was no sense of financial viability or return. And it is that return, because this, for me, this is the most important piece. We must get into the black. And I've been saying in public since I started last term, if we can't get into the black, then I'm not sure we can justify having an airport. And I'm very, very happy that we are prioritizing getting it into the black. I'm not bringing that old whip, but that would be my top priority. But in terms of the benefits to our overall economic development and the well-being of our community, totally agree. Taxation is an important thing. We've got to bring in more. That will be an important return on our investments. But I see this has got to be more than just bringing in taxation. This has got to be a solid benefit to our existing business community, rather than just bringing in some money into the coffers to be partitioned amongst the entire. So really, really thinking about what are the needs of our business community now? How can we support them? How could they use it? Is there any way that we could use this asset to engage our people? That would be really, really key. And then, just a point that Angie mentioned that I agree. I've heard several times over the last number of years about slow and steady development. Lots of folks have said that, and a few of us have disagreed with that. A few of us have said, no, if we can do something that would really kick off this process in a big but reliable, sustainable way, then let's go for it. If there is one idea that could just rocket us, let's do it. Let's not worry about focusing on being slow and steady, because I have heard that many times over the last number of years myself.
I guess from my perspective, when I say slow and steady, that we have looked at it very carefully, that we're very cautious in the investment that we make, because it is my goal. It was probably one of the biggest things that I said during my campaign, was that I want to see the airport move into the black, but in a way that's reasonable, that we can manage. Because I mean, everything that we decide to do costs money and, requires staff. So it's got to be done with some caution too. But hey, if we came up with an idea that was like, I'm not against that ball. Angie.
And the reason I bring that forward is because not only have I've heard that from council, but council has expressed the importance because that's been what's heard from the public. And we've heard many times that that's important to engage the public, and that has been loud and clear from the public, is slow and steady, thoughtful process. So that's the reason I brought that forward.
And I think that you probably would agree with me that the plan that was developed for the alternate runway was kind of, if we build it, they will come. And there really wasn't a solid financial justification. And that's what the public saw. And that was the biggest argument that they made. And it just became such a big thing that, I mean, I when I joined council, I voted against a new runway, even though in my heart, because I love the airport, that was the thing that I would like to have seen the most, but it just wasn't viable, it just, or wasn't proved to be viable. So I'm completely on side with what you're saying. Okay, so I'm looking to hear from other members of council to see what they might be expecting or like to. Councillor Richards.
I have a lot of things here.
All good?
They're all good. What I'm not understanding is actually why we need to update this plan at this point. There's still a lot of recommendations in there that haven't been done. I'm not understanding why we don't move forward with some of those and then maybe go back and look at updating the plan. I don't see that we're going to get a huge amount of detail beyond what we already have. I don't think we're going to see huge changes in leases. I don't even think it's a good idea to implement parking fees or landing fees, because that will unattract pilots to that airport.
I didn't say that we would implement them, just that
Yeah,
it's something
to
we
be
need to
aware of
consider.
them, but we're already aware of them, I think. The solar installation that was a part of that plan. I'm wondering why it wasn't looked at to be on roofs of hangars versus taking up real estate on the ground.
It was.
Okay, but I didn't see a mention of it in there. And I'm wondering, we have the money in reserves to do that based on those numbers. I'm sure we'd need a refresh to today's numbers, but why can't we move forward on that right now? It'll provide funding into the airport so that we can move forward with some of the bigger projects of those recommendations.
Okay, before you go on to your next one, I think we need to deal with these one at a time. For me, I think that there have been sufficient changes at the airport and priorities have changed since that plan was developed. I mean, just in the idea of housing or what our priorities are overall. That I do think that it needs to be refreshed. I don't disagree that there are certainly things in there that we can continue to follow through on. I'm just not sure that it's enough. I just don't want to skate on the airport. I just like us to move forward. Solar, I think that maybe Angie might want to speak to that.
At the time when that was suggested, the council will remember there was a FIT program. And so there was opportunity for a tremendous amount of money back into the coffers of the township. Those programs don't even exist anymore. And it wasn't very long after the plan was adopted that those programs were no more. And so if you install solar, what it does is it provides a payment back on what you pay in hydro. It doesn't give you any additional money.
Now, that's not to say that, say we decided that we're going to build new hangars at some point in time, that wouldn't be part of the design, solar panels on the roof. I do believe that there's a couple of things about the design of the hangars the last hangars that were built that were probably short-sighted or should have been designed a little bit differently. I forgot to mention hangar D. I think we really need to move forward on doing something about it because I think there's opportunities for it as well. But anyway, carry on.
The possibility of the housing development area. How can we attract a developer to do that? We know we have huge housing shortages everywhere. I'm wondering, would the rest of council be open to it being a housing development that could have the potential to be a lifestyle development, but a housing development in itself that's not exclusive to the airport lifestyle. So we can get the labor force that our businesses desperately need here right now. And how quickly do we think we could move forward on something like that?
To the housing, and I'll get over to you. I see that it definitely was not my thinking that it needed to be exclusive to the airport. Like that's just carving off land that could be used for housing. And I can see the two discussions that we're going to have, the one about housing here in a bit, and the airport as being two separate things that kind of work together. To me, it was just land, and certainly not exclusive to airport, associated people. It might be, but it doesn't have to be. And how we go about the housing development is something that that's another discussion. Deputy Mayor Dayu, and then we'll back to you, Councillor Richards. I'm assuming you're responding to.
No, I do.
Councillor
I very much like the idea of a housing development there as a possibility, but not a luxury one. We do
Oh.
not have to put money at all into creating more luxury housing. This would be for businesses, for up and coming families, affordable, attainable. No way would I be interested in going down the luxury route. Yeah, and even in car.
I don't think any of us are on that page at all in the luxury,
Okay.
not one bit.
Okay.
That was something that was talked about a long time ago, that it be like an aviation community, that you could drive your plane up your driveway
Right.
from the taxiway. That's not
Yeah.
what I just want us to look at every opportunity for housing wherever we've got land to do it. And
Yeah.
I think there's enough room at the airport in the airport parcel that we could do that without interfering or cutting off future opportunities for aviation
Yeah,
or
indeed. Yeah.
industrial.
I thought I heard, and I might have misunderstood the term lifestyle housing, which is more that it's an aviation community kind of housing development. And yeah, as said.
In my mind, took to lifestyle housing, tiny house development, it's totally different lifestyle. But when you say the word lifestyle, it's funny how. Carry on, Councillor Richards. What did you mean when you said lifestyle?
I meant, aviation lifestyle, in the plan, there's, a lot of talk about runways out to the homes, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't want to disclude that, but we need housing. And I don't want it to be exclusive to people who are looking specifically for that lifestyle. I'd like to see some, affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, all those definitions therein being built there, especially if the future is going to mean trying to attract more businesses to the airport park, because our businesses right now do not have enough staff and we're all struggling. The airport as a whole, though, is a huge benefit from an emergency management perspective. So any development that goes on there does concern me, because eventually I think we are going to want that longer runway. Especially hearing that the water bombers can't land there because the runway is not long enough. Maybe technology will change in the future, but I doubt it will for that. So we need to protect the land there without too much development.
That's already, part of the definite plan that the area is protected and that we develop in accordance with that.
Yeah. And the other thing is that as we found on the weekend, the airport events that go on there are a huge benefit to the community. We don't have a lot of space throughout the entire township for holding events. So I think we need to protect that space as well, to build that community, to have the airport as a part of the community instead of all those people over there. They're only the rich, they're only, they don't represent the majority of the population.
We did have a sense of panic during the, during the planning stages for the event, because we really did not know how many vehicles were going to show up. and whether we had the space that would be in like one general area that people didn't have to, wander from one end of the airport to the other. I just sort of, the way the airport's laid out, like we need to protect like a general space as opposed to a space here and a space over there. Councillor Barry.
I know it was brought to our attention, maybe it wasn't through this study, but through another study over the years that in addition to airplanes, that helicopters are an asset that haven't been totally looked at, and maybe consideration for that. I am in support, obviously, of any housing opportunity and looking at the greater landscape of the entire property, not just the airport proper, but looking at the airport lands in their entirety. I think having the M&R there is a huge asset to the county, and I think maybe being able to have an opportunity to speak with them and what they've observed over the last few years. I think bringing them into the conversation is a great opportunity. We just hosted our annual studio tour, so I was, probably the closest studio to the event this past weekend, and so many people came out and said the fact that this was an affordable thing for families to attend was a huge asset. So I think looking at the broader spectrum of who is impacted by these events and the airport as a whole is important. It was brought, several people wanted to know when the Young Eagles program was coming back. So I think that's something to consider, as well as, I don't know if there's opportunities for instructional or maintenance at the airport, but I think those are other things to consider as well. Those would be my top thoughts.
With respect to the Young Eagles, that has proved to be somewhat problematic because it's an American program, and the requirements for insurance and I want to use the word licensing, although I don't think that's the right word, is so much that the pilots were starting to back away and just like, no, I mean, that's just too much to ask of us, because they had to take personal responsibility for that. So we did start at some point looking at a Canadian organization that offers a similar program. I think you'll find that the airport committee is very, very supportive of, I mean, now that they've got a little bit more responsibility ultimately for marketing in the long run, or, promoting the airport, they're very child family oriented training opportunities, learning. The Young Eagles has come up almost every meeting that we've had, that we need to do something like that, and do things that attract families, do, something that even would encourage youth to enter into apprenticeships and that sort of thing. That, definitely would like to see a maintenance facility, and, any kind of training that would help. There's already a lot of discussion going on about that, but those things, we need to try and blend into the, what we're doing. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
As we're putting together a rather beautiful wish list of things, because there are some great things coming, economic viability, but also vibrancy. We want something vibrant there, something that protects events. Like it's a lovely combination of things if we can make it happen. I think the other piece that we have committed to as a township and also as a county is climate change. And if we can ask ourselves, what about this can either relate to or contribute to our corporate commitment or our community action plan to climate change? And I don't have the answers there, but it's something that we have said we're going to do as a community, so it should be remembered.
Good point about climate change. I did, just before we go to your next point, Councillor Richards, I just wanted to make a comment about the runway. Our first meeting with the airport committee, I mean, that was like, yes, let's build a runway. Let's build a runway that way. Let's build a runway that way. And I was like, I'm there, but I also think that's where, for me, the slow and steady growth, look, we need to bring the airport into the black. We need to approach this carefully, and especially in a financial way. And and get us into a good place in a positive financial position before we start talking about that. I mean, I really believe no matter how much there are people who want that, that it's a few years down the road. But in the meantime, the land is protected for those kinds of opportunities. Councillor Richards.
Just further to Deputy Mayor Dayu's point on climate change. I actually foresee, and it's probably not even 5 to 10 years, but 20 years possibly down the line, we may want to consider a transit hub. And that being a great location for one within our community, easily accessible to the other townships, and the bulk of the residential community is in that area for now. That may change, and I'm sure there would be other hubs as we go north. But I'd like to see something about that possibly in a refreshed RFP.
I think one of the things that might have been in the existing document was the possibility of some kind of transportation for pilots that are flying in. And there's been a little bit of work done with respect to that to see, you know, what level of success there might be. And definitely, I think we need to continue to make that a consideration. I like the idea about, you know, enhancing, you know, whatever is required for helicopters. I mean, we have a facility that any helicopter can use, but you know, what things might we add to that to enhance their use? The same as the float planes. Now, the float planes might be a little bit more of a challenge, but I'd like to see us look at, you know, every opportunity that we've got. Where did I see the last hand go up? Have we given you some food for thought?
Definitely, yes. This has been great. It adds to the list that I had, and it will help Kate and I develop the scope for sure.
Scott, anything that you heard that brought up warning flags or any thoughts that come out of some of what you've heard?
Through your worship, in the plan that's there, and there's some great stuff. The one thing that isn't there is just a budget. So I don't know how you would frame it, and I'm happy, Madam CAO, to sit down and chat with you and Kate as to how you'd word it. But when the projects or tactics are identified, I think it's imperative. And this is, I think, why a lot of strategies end up sitting on a desk and collecting dust, is there's no numbers associated with them. So what that does is you give a holistic budget based on projects, is then council can then look at that every year and know how much money needs to be allocated to those projects. Speaking from experience in the ECDEV world, sometimes we get a strategy and then it'll be great if we can do that, but you're chasing a grant, which is, that sometimes is kind of a hope and a prayer. And when we developed our strategy, we were, really adamant with our consultant on anything that we thought, big dollars were there, new dollars, that the numbers had to be identified. And then the second piece, and again, I'd have to kind of sit down and sketch it out, would be identifying what action items are kind of individual action items, and then which ones are tied together, because there's certain things in a plan that it's a short-term objective, but if it's not completed in the short term, it impacts what happens in the long term. Mm-hmm. And to try and look at that maybe when you get a draft of the document and saying, hey, if we don't think we're going to do that in the short term, then we probably should just, you're almost taking it completely out. And it really helps kind of refine that focus. And then finally, this is the last point, and it's in there, but it's not, is, what's the step-by-step process to go from, if we want to implement this, what are the steps that need to be taken to actually, that the firm feels to reach fruition, who's doing those, and then ultimately, and it's more of it's a question for this council, and you can have that discussion later, is, what does success look like when you're doing those? Some of these are easy. It's, it's a KPI that we completed that. Some of these topics, when you're talking about investment attraction and things like that, they're sometimes a little bit harder to quantify. And it's where we, how are we defining success in each one of those items? In some cases, it'll be, bring the airport into the black, and others, it might just be, we're going to carve off a piece of land because we see that in the future, and that's what we want to look at. But as I said, happy to sit down with Madam CAO and Kate to review it and go over it. But the big one to me is always just budget. Because that's the hardest piece, and then council needs to be able to look at that and say, okay, if we're gonna do 1, 2, 3 this year, you know, that means we need to allocate X in the budget to make sure it happens.
Well, and I think that sort of ties in with what Deputy Mayor Daya was saying about, you know, the financial implications, you know, from both perspectives, our investment, our return. And that is something that we probably need to see built into the RFP. Yeah, I'm really appreciate the comments you're making, because, you know, I like the approach, and I would hope that, you know, as the RFP is being developed, that, you know, Scott has a look at it, and it comes back to us in a way, so we can say, well, wait a minute, now that maybe is not what we think we need to do. Deputy Mayor Daya?
Yeah, absolutely, on all of those points. But as the mayor has just indicated, for me, it's return on investment rather than just budget. I think we need to see the ROI piece in order to justify to ourselves and to the public with any form of budget, because we have put in quite a bit of money into this airport over the last number of years. So now we really need to get serious about that return. And the other idea that was pinged a few years ago, and there wasn't a great deal of love for it at the time, but I'll just throw it back out there gently, is the idea of a developer rather than the township taking on the responsibility of thinking through what can we do with the land. If it becomes housing, how do we do it? How do we market it? What, bringing in the right contractors to do it, etc. But to actually ask ourselves if there is a chunk of land that we could sell to a developer who already has all of the skills to do all of the things that they need to do to make those ideas a success. And I know that the idea wasn't loved before, but maybe we could just keep it in that wheelhouse of considerations.
I can see, that working for the housing piece for sure. Whether it would work for the other aspects of development, I think that they're too, there's so many moving parts that it's hard to get somebody that would be involved in all of it. But for sure, I think that's something that we would need to pursue or investigate when it comes to any kind of housing development there. So I'm any other comments or suggestions at this point in time? Oh, I know, here's the bomb. Sorry, I forgot about the bomb. One of the things that has been suggested, and I don't disagree, that we are about to, and I'm not quite sure yet on the timing of our strat plan. Do we want to incorporate that? Do we want to move forward with this, or do we want to incorporate it into the strat plan discussion, which would mean deferral of putting out an RFP?
I
Hate to
wouldn't
defer things.
I know, but since we're having that discussion very soon, I think I see it tends to happen is that we think of something after the fact when we're discussing something else. And I would hate to put this out now just to get it out there when we're having that discussion so soon.
We really don't have anything scheduled yet, do we?
Not officially yet, no.
Like we're starting to, sort of come up against a wall where we've got, the strat plan coming forward. We've got projects and priorities. I think we need to have the strat plan before we do the projects and priorities. So we all need to be prepared to set aside time to have this plan, and it's got to be, at the availability of the consultant as well. Deputy Mayor Daya.
I agree with Councillor Richards for everything she mentioned.
That's why I couldn't let the bomb go by. We really did need to think about that, because if we had done this, when we originally had hoped to see this project go forward, we wouldn't be thinking about it. But because they are, so close together, I think it's probably a good idea. What do you think, Councillor Barry?
Well, I think just going around the table I think that a lot of the information that we've shared with each other and we'll sort of play into the strat plan. So I can see pushing forward because we still want the numbers of what the costs are associated with the airport development. I don't think that's going to change from our strategic discussion. I think we still need the numbers. So I would be supportive going either way. If we want to hold off a couple months or if we want to go forward.
It's just like it's this year's project. It's been budgeted for this year, but I mean, the money can, can be carried over, no doubt about it. I just want to hear from Councillor Shortreed and then back to Councillor
I'm on the
Richards.
fence. No,
You're what?
I'm on the fence. I just want to push
Oh.
ahead with the airport, but
Mhm.
Councillor Richards said it's true, like so many things come up in conversation and it's like, oh yeah, what about that? So it's hard to,
We have a number of priorities.
yeah, I know, that's a problem. And I'm on the fence of should we wait or should we stay or go? Like,
I'm just, the only thing is that a lot of our other priorities are flat out costs. And, this is an opportunity. So I mean, maybe both things can go together at the same time, but I've sort of agreed that it will not hurt us to hold off until we do the strat plan.
Agreed.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, then as Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I mean, really, this is our number one asset in the township when it comes to potential. It is our number one thing. So on that basis alone, I would say, let's do our strat thinking and then roll it in.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, one of the things that comes to my mind is that, having spent so much time in that terminal building now, it is too small. And I know we've kind of already pushed forward with a redesign plan for accessibility, but it's still too small and it's going to be even worse with that redesign. And I know that's going to be part of our projects and priorities discussion too. And I really think we need to just kind of hold a little bit to wrap all of that together.
I'm glad you brought that up. I don't disagree. I mean, we do definitely need to do something about the accessibility of the washrooms. But you're right. I mean, the more development that takes place, the more that the terminal building needs to be folded into this discussion and where it sits, within the overall project. For sure. Thank you for bringing that up. So I really appreciate your being here today, Scott. It's your thoughts and input and just to start to improve or enhance or re-engage the county, in discussions about the airport and how it benefits us all, and how you can help us is great. I see your continuing involvement as we go forward.
My pleasure, your worship, and we're happy to help. So it's this kind of stuff falls I feel falls within our kind of departmental mandate. And as you move through it, Madam CEO can stay in touch with me about any additional information, and if things kind of pop into my head in my travels or as I'm commuting, I'll pass them on to the CEO.
Well, and that you'll have a couple of cheerleaders on county council, at least two. Comments, Angie. So do we have a resolution?
One to direct that the update be deferred until the strategic plan project discussion.
Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that council directs the drafting of the RFP for the update to the airport development plan be deferred to the strategic plan project discussion.
All in favor? That's carried. I would propose a 15-minute break. And just before we break, I think that we should be able to carry through without breaking for lunch. I think we should be able to get through the remaining business, even if it takes us a little bit past noon. We're in agreement with that. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We will adjourn for 15 minutes. Welcome back to the regular session. Next on the agenda is building and bylaw enforcement. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. First thing I'd like to address is the letter that council has saw regarding our own staff, Kristen, who we're very proud of her accomplishment on this front. As indicated in the letter, the designation is a accumulation of the required association education component as well as post-secondary and job experience. So just like to congratulate her formally on hard work pays off. So
Hard work does pay off. Well, on behalf of council, our most sincere congratulations. I understand, I might be wrong, but I understand that you might be unique to the county in your achievements
I am one.
and a woman. Right on. Well done. No, we really appreciate the hard work and we're certainly glad to have you as part of our team here.
Thanks very much.
so
That's it? That's all you've got to talk
that's
about?
all I've got from on that.
Okay, so we will, the items A and B will both be dealt with under the bylaw section. So we will go to the draft noise bylaw. And that's under your,
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. The draft noise bylaw is presented, a red light version in front of you. At this point, I would just sort of open the for questions. I'm here to answer any questions. This is a first draft attempt based off of council's request to modify the noise bylaw.
thank you for your work on this. And I'm glad to see those are the hours that I would have suggested right off the hop, but I think it was definitely worthwhile to have gone and, done some, some comparisons. I believe or I think that there might be some comment from council. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
On exemption 4.7, which is the operation of bells, chimes, carillons, and clocks in connection with any place of worship, religious service, or public buildings. To your awareness, in the township, do we have any of those things currently operating within the prescribed hours?
That I'm not 100% sure of, but I didn't want to omit it, just because it is something that's we're seeing in most other municipal bylaws. And I was thinking to the effect of, as we sort of would progress or grow, there may be opportunities for things of that nature. I was also thinking of traffic signals and like warning signs and chimes and things along that line as well. So I was trying to sort of make sure that we encompassed it so that we wouldn't have to sort of make an exemption later.
Yeah.
Just as kind of a standard. So I did put it in there, but.
Can I follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
My instinct would be to remove the public warnings and service alarms or whatever it might be, separate from the concept of worship. Because if we don't have an active church bell going that's been going for 150 years, then what we're saying is, should some denomination, any denomination, come and wish to start a religious practice which includes nighttime sound, that it would be okay right off the hop. And I would absolutely hate to get into that debate, should any denomination come, that maybe a bell would be appropriate, but a call to the mosque at 4 a.m. would not be appropriate. That's not a conversation we want to have here. If we're saying we are supportive of an exemption based on worship, then we are making, I think, a very strong assumption on behalf of the community that worship is a worthwhile exemption. And I'm not sure that's where our community is right now for any denomination. So my inclination would be to just not include a religious exemption.
Thoughts from other members of council? I'm seeing one nodding head. Councillor Richards.
I don't know, but is it possible that it wouldn't be a conversation for us? Because wouldn't they just say they have the religious freedom and that's a part of that freedom?
Go ahead.
I don't know the statutory answer to that. I'm sure there is a rule somewhere which answers that for the province. My suspicion, yeah, I don't have this, I don't have the answer.
I didn't have any problem with removing that item or remove anything associated with places of worship, because I don't think that they're, I mean, it just seems to me that anything we've got now is not a problem. It's not during the prohibited hours, but you know, we need to come to an agreement about whether that should be removed or not. Mr. Barry, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm fine if we remove just the words place of worship and religious service. I think that what Councillor Dias said is fine.
And you were in agreement with that as well? Okay, so if we could just make that slight change. And I did have a question about under exemptions about 4.2. I didn't quite understand exactly what that was saying. Like, I'm assuming that that's something to do with like the fire department working on a building, but it's not clear. The preservation or restoration of property unless a noise is clearly of a long duration. I just didn't understand what that was saying. And maybe, you know, all we needed to do was add, you know, outside of the prescribed hours, or maybe you could just explain that one to me a little bit better.
Certainly. So that somewhat encompasses sort of emergency situation, or a situation may be prevalent to only one property, where say a tree goes down and knocks out maybe their hydro, and they have to say run a generator or something until it's such a time that, you know, a hydro could come back out and restore it. So in a situation like that, if we were called out, that wouldn't really be deemed a violation, because that actually is preserving that property until such time. So that was, again, sort of blanket wording that was adopted from other bylaws. And that's sort of where I didn't really want to name generators specifically, but that is something that we do face in this township. There's many times that that's had to happen. So I was trying to sort of capture that so that we're not being called out for something that is outside of the norm. Like, you know, they're trying to preserve their property, or, you know, keep their, you know, freezers and their fridges from thawing, things along those lines, basically. Is
Okay, that explains it. I just kind of looked at it and that I'm not quite sure what that means.
okay.
Councillor, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Could maybe you revisit the language a little bit to describe that so clearly, because I also struggled to really get at the root of the nut of it. So maybe even just a bit of clarification there would be great for others. The other point that I wanted to raise was about fireworks. It's great that we've got a separate bylaw, but I could foresee how some people would see a firework go up, immediately look for the noise bylaw and not see something related to fireworks in the noise bylaw, and then be thinking, oh, well, clearly if it's not an exemption, then they shouldn't be doing it. And it just starts a bit of confusion. Is there any way that we could just refer to the fireworks bylaw within this so that people know where to go?
Certainly through you, Mayor. Yep, we could certainly do that. We can mark it with the current fireworks bylaw number and then as amended, so that we don't have to continuously update the noise bylaw if the fireworks bylaw was to change.
Sounds good to me. Councillor Barry.
Sorry, can you just let me know where the discussion was in regards to the generator? What number?
Well, it was on 4.2 under exemptions. That was an example of one of the things that it could be, but I mean, it could
Okay.
be emergency services in the middle of the night operating.
That was a question I had, was how did generators fall into this? Because we are in the land of power outages. And they're often after 11 o'clock at night.
So you're not going to go to somebody's house and tell them to turn off their generator
Yeah.
because it means
Yeah, so that's not within here.
rather negative impact. Any other questions or concerns? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Sorry, would you just walk me through the removal of the emergency services exemption, just so I understand why that was taken away? unless have I misunderstood? Which would be very likely.
Through you, Mayor, I see sort of, so the red line version, where it's stricken out of 4.1, I
Yeah.
actually just tried to blanket everything under exemptions and note it as 4.1 in that section, just so it's quick and easy reference, because I
Okay.
felt like it was a little hard for the average person to go right to.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks.
Any other items of concern? Good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know that I initially thought, why can't we just agree on 11 to 7 and be done with it? But this is much better. It's definitely cleaned the document up a lot, and it's good work. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? And it will be approving the document as amended. Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry, be it resolved, council receives report BLDG 1823 regarding draft noise bylaw submitted by Kristen Glass and dated October 5th, 2023, and that council supports the draft bylaw as submitted and directs the bylaw as amended to be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Just as an added note, the OPP will be glad because the last time I met with them, they did mention that our noise bylaw had no hours and it would be beneficial to them. So great stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Next up, Parks and Rec. Morning, Mr. Card.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
So we have a Recreation Committee update. So I look to any and all of you involved in that, anything that you would like to bring to our attention. Mr. Card?
Yes, through you, Mayor. There are two recommendations from the previous meeting around expenses related to the up and coming tree lighting events, which the dates have been set for. Where the committee would like to recommend to council an expense up to $800 from existing budget, which would fall within the amounts available in existing budget. So for a total of $2,400 between the three events. And then also to expense up to $200 for the trunk or treat Halloween event for decorations. And then there is another recommendation to council for consideration around a lockbox to facilitate key pickup and drop off at the Oxtongue Lake Community Center. And of course, outside of that, the committee's now assigning roles at their last meeting for snowball planning, and we'll be getting headlong into that. And considering next year's budget at the same time at the up and coming meeting, heading towards projects and priorities discussion and starting to look at budget overview for next year for recreation.
Okay, so looking at each item individually, I'm assuming that the additional funding for the tree lighting is just like basically for decorations and or what else?
And if I may, through you, Mayor, refer to one of the council representatives on that discussion.
Some of it would be used for decoration. Some of it would be used for crafting supplies to have kids create ornaments. Different locations have different ideas, and not all of that is set in stone right now. So for example, one of the suggestions that came from the museum committee for the Stanhope tree lighting would be for traditional ornaments made out of like bird seed that could be placed on the tree. A photo booth has been suggested for family memories to be done at each location. The committee's still ironing out what we're going to do at each tree lighting event. And
Something
so-
hot to drink at each and every location.
Yep, so some of it's for food, some of it's for hot chocolate. And then for the trunk or treat decorations, we've been slowly building on decorations for the trunk or treat. Some of it comes to us on loan from the garden center. But we thought having that extra money there, we could just bump it up a little bit more this year on decorations for Dorset.
Any questions or comments about that portion? Sounds good. I'm hoping that we'd have that lovely fireplace for each location. Okay. Deputy Mayor Day.
It's the age-old chicken and egg question, I suppose, but earlier in the meeting, we talked about the Dorset Recreation Center reopening and the timing for that and you know, whether it could be Christmas or whether it might be closer to Snowball. And if it is closer to Snowball, you know, is there something that council would need to do now to hand over some strategic thinking about how we might turn Snowball into a reopening?
Even more special event.
So because that would have other implications as well.
Hard to do when we don't know for sure. You know, that it's going to be ready. Councillor Shortreed.
We could ask the committee just for ideas to bring to council so that when the time comes, we have ideas to grow on or use, or, you know, just help us think of things what the community wants.
Well, and I think council needs to think too about, you know, what they think it might be appropriate or what we, you know, we would like to do, and we might have to budget a little extra money for that. I could see that might definitely be.
Yeah.
So that sound like a bit of a plan for the committee to talk about it. Councillor Richards.
I just wanted to mention something else in the we don't have the museum minutes in here yet, but there was some discussion at the rec committee about Heritage Day as well. And I think council is probably needing to have a bigger discussion soon about Heritage Day based on what both committees have given us.
Well, we look forward to those minutes and something formal coming through to talk about that. I mean, I personally would like to see some, maybe it's just obviously it would be a maybe smaller version of Heritage Day. And I know there's even some thought about calling it something different. And anyway, I think we just need to be prepared to have that discussion sooner rather than later. Go ahead.
And I just want to mention the lock box because.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Forget I said that.
I did want to make a comment about, I am really, I get a great feeling from seeing, you know, the members of the committee coming forward and, you know, saying, I'll do this. And it's really great to see them, you know, taking ownership, especially when, you know, we're a little bit challenged for, in the staffing area. The only thing that jumped out at me, and absolutely no offense to Councillor Richards, I honestly believe that notifying the police, fire and ambulance is a role of administration. To do that, it's kind of a more of a formal thing. So if we could just sort of do a little shift there, I think it's better coming out of the office. So that's kind of been more of a standard. And to the lockbox. I'm really glad to see this. I know that it's problematic. I understand that there needs to be a process in place so that we know who's got the keys, where they are, and you know, that we maintain control of them. But to ask people to drive back and forth so much to, you know, just do an exchange of a key, there's simply must be a better way. What's the thinking on that?
With the new lock boxes, you can easily change the code. So, you know, we can keep it for a month and then the next month put a new code on it. So the people who have been using it don't know the code the next month, so type of thing.
Well, I would say that even the next month might not be good enough. I would say every time that
Well, I'm
it
just saying.
exchanges hands,
Yeah.
the code should be changed. Now you're adding, you know, administrative responsibility, but in some ways we're reducing costs and
I
time.
think you can just Google 100 codes and just cross them off as you use them kind of thing.
I would look to staff for comment on this particular item. I suspect there might be some thoughts.
Certainly, we do hear from renters that it is problematic to be able to come down to the township office to be able to get the key. The majority of people renting that space are up there already. Or their cottagers in that area. I had that discussion heading into a wedding just this past weekend. Previously, of course, we had the benefit of a couple different things in the past. We had an instance where for some time it was facilitated through a nearby local business who was able to assist. Later, we had a local resident who was also the maintenance person there who was able to facilitate moving the key. I understand there's been situations where committee members have been involved in administering the key sign out. So there has been a number of different iterations. The most recent one was from the rec center, but with the rec center closed, everybody has to come down here. In relation to a lockbox, I echo the concerns around any sort of security measures there. It's really easy, certainly, for people to just give that information out, even if it's something as innocent as, you know, the actual renter is this individual and they tell somebody else in their group what that information is because they need to go in ahead of time to set something up. So there's those types of challenges which we have seen happen in the past. For setting up new codes, I'm not familiar with them. But it would take staff time, I would assume. You're talking about somebody driving there to change a code and then communicating that to the people taking registrations, who then need to communicate it to the people doing the renting. Some of those rentals having happened months in advance. So there'd just be that addition of timing and staffing considerations.
But there's already staff time associated with picking the keys up and signing them out and bringing them back and signing them in. And I would think, I just like, we need to work out something that's going to work better. Because for somebody to, just as an example that I was given, for somebody to have to drive down from Oxton to here to pick up the key and then come back again to drop the key off. And there was an instance where the facility was going to be used within a couple of days by somebody else. So it's just like 4 trips from Oxton to Stanhope. We're certainly not saving our carbon envelope at all. It just seems like an awful lot. We're asking volunteers to drive miles to pick up a key. It just seems like there's got to be an easier way. We'll go to Angie and then over to you.
And I echo Chris's thoughts around the security concerns but I go back to what he said about it, the key used to be at the Dorset Rec Center. That was the most recent way we did it. I'm wondering if we could have the key at the Trails office, because currently our rec coordinator is there part-time, and the office is open regularly. I'm looking at Chris because I'm not sure if it can be facilitated, and he and I haven't talked about this, but I just think maybe that's a better option than coming here.
Well, it's certainly a better option than coming all the way here.
Yeah.
I just, every time we add something to Chris's role, I start to shiver a little bit. As I'm sure you do too from time to time. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I've been in a few Airbnb rentals where the code is changed remotely, so that, when you go on the day that you go to start your rental, you get a text or an email that's automatically generated with the new code. And then you use the code, which has been set that day remotely. And then when you finish the rental, when you put the key back in the box and close the box, immediately the code is denied. It is an automatic, at 11 a.m. your rental ends and you no longer have access to this lockbox. And if I'm not mistaken, it is all handled automatically. And the notification is, so it's not even that someone has to choose a code. The code is randomly chosen and it's all done by app or something. It seems really minimal in terms of time, no idea about expense. but it seems minimal in terms of time. And my guess is because it is used in cases of high value homes that are used in the short-term rental market, that the security question has answers to it as well, because there are, you know, properties which are of high greater value than our beautiful little community center availing themselves of this technology. So I'm still kind of pushing for the on-site access to the Dropbox, and perhaps just looking into how they handle it at short-term rentals would give us some insights and how it might work for us.
Councillor Shortreed.
And I agree that is, and lockbox just got stuck in my mind, but yes, you can do that. It is an option now, and it's just a Wi-Fi enabled. So you do it from an app anywhere.
We've got some time. This isn't something that has to be fixed in a week, but I mean, I do think that we do need to find a better solution on the long term. And if we can, you know, do a little bit of investigation into, you know, the lock boxes and, you know, how secure they are and how simple they are to use. To me, I mean, that sounds like a good response, solution. Any other thoughts? Councillor Richards.
I just want to let council know there was other discussion had at the meeting regarding other options. The lockbox was determined to be the best option by the committee. But one of the committee members that lives in the area was willing to take on responsibility. There was some discussion, well, why can't we just have it at the fire hall next door or Panini next door? So there were other willingness in the area to take it on. But the lockbox was the most recommended option.
There isn't somebody at the fire hall all the time, which could be a bit of a problem. Well, okay, so we've got a recommendation that we look at some alternative options if we can. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so is this something council would like me to bring back to the committee and committee do some research, or would you like staff to work on research and recommendations?
I think that, you know, in order for them to be, for there to be a sense of we're moving in the right direction, that appeases concerns about security, and, you know, that this is a big change in things that, you know, I hate to say it, but I think it should live with staff to come back to us with, you know, some findings about how these lock boxes work and whether you feel comfortable with that as an option. I think that's where it should live.
Okay.
And I honestly hate to add anything to your list of things to do, but.
And I appreciate that. It'd just be timing. It would be something I'd be looking at on kind of the several month window at this point, just with competing priorities.
You know, as long as it's not, I mean, so if there are budget implications that, you know, we need to blend it into that, but I mean, that would work for me. I think we're looking at a long-term solution, you know, not so it's, yeah. If you can work it into that time frame, that if there's a budget implication, that we can include it in your budget. Okay. I don't know that it's a big enough item to go into projects and priorities, but is that reasonable? Council find that reasonable? Councillor Shortreed and Deputy Mayor Dayu, and then did I see your hand up?
I just thought, would it be helpful if the committee did all the research and passed it on?
I just said that I thought it might be better for the staff to do the research.
Oh, yeah, I just meant a big picture research, just to narrow it down for Chris is what I mean. So take it from like 100.
I think we just all agreed that it would better live with staff. Thanks. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Just nipping back into snowball for a moment, a little bit of cross pollination between committees of council. And as I said earlier regarding the airport, the climate action, well, it isn't a climate action committee, it's an environment and stewardship committee, but which is focusing increasingly on what we can do to support the climate action program at the county. Would like to remind other committees of council that there are some important moments in our calendars where we can we can integrate climate thinking. And it occurred to me Snowball might be a really interesting chance to think about it. I don't know if it's with vendors and I don't know, but I launched to the rec committee the thought that perhaps putting some climate lenses across these events would be really, really fruitful and bring us all the.
Maybe the Environment and Stewardship Committee could offer some recommendations to the rec commission.
If
rec committee.
that's welcome.
That's, I mean, that's your role. I would think that would be appropriate. I mean, you were talking about partnerships and cross-pollination and
Yeah.
you know, for you to come forward with an idea and the committee to look at it and think, yeah, we can do that, or, oh, wait a minute, that's, we're already moving in another direction, and I think that would work. So that'd be great. Councillor Barry.
Just following up on that, at our previous Environment Stewardship Committee, it was brought to our attention, I think probably by, I can't remember if it was a member or if it was Ms. McKay, but something about by having larger events and having environmental initiatives at them, you're not, opposed to having an environmental initiative at an environmental function, you're kind of speaking to the converted. But by bringing these ideas into larger events, you're going to have a bigger playing field. And one of the ideas that she mentioned was, I think it was Abbey Gardens had an event where they had an electric charging demonstration. Maybe that's something that we could consider looking into and having demo or something at Snowball as a possibility.
Well, that's something that the Environment and Stewardship Committee can look at and think of whether they, how they want to be involved, because there's no reason why you couldn't have a presence there and something like that happening. It'd be great. Okay, any other conversation about that fits into the rec committee update? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the September 20th minutes? Sorry, moved by Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Right. Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives the September 20th, 2023 Recreation Committee meeting minutes, and council directs staff to investigate options for a lockbox at the Oxon Lake Community Center and be brought back to council at a future meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. I see we have no environmental business to speak of today, but you managed to slip that into recreation. That's good. Thanks so much, Chris.
Thank you.
Next up is fire services. Good morning, Chief.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
And you want to talk to us about a dispatch agreement?
Correct. The renewal of our fire dispatch agreement with the Corporation of Town of Smith Falls. Originally, it's based on a request for quotation in 2016 when Chief Kavanaugh was here and Smith Falls was selected. Contract ran out on December 31st of 2022. But we had a concern with the potential pricing update with the next gen 911. It could have been a sizable increase in dispatch, but the provincial government did step up and pay for all that increase. So there was no change going forward. That's the result in delay of this contract coming now. I recommend you approve the new contract. It's based on the same things that we had in the previous contract. We just have a CPI increase each year. So they give us a very effective and efficient dispatch service. And like I said, I don't think it would be worthwhile to put it out to any other options at this time. Yeah, they're a really good service for us.
Any questions or comments about that? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward with the agreement? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortman.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report FD 1523 regarding the renewal of the fire dispatch agreement with the Corporation of the Township of Smith Falls, submitted by Michael French and dated October 5th, 2023, and that council directs a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a dispatch agreement between the Township of Algonquin Highlands and the town of Smith Falls.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And if you would pass on our sincere appreciation from the airport committee for the involvement of the, any of our volunteers in our event on the weekend, it was much appreciated. The
Thank you very much.
kids loved it.
Excellent. It's good to hear.
We all loved it, not just the kids, all the big kids and the little kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Next up is finance, Madam Treasurer. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
The first up is the audit services.
Yes, the township, in cooperation with the County of Halliburton Procurement Coordinator, issued an RFP at the end of August with a closing date of September 19th. And we did receive one response. And it was Pat Bill and Associates, who we've used now for several years here at the township. They've offered to be our auditors again for a period of 5 years with a minimal increase of CPI or even less actually than CPI on an annual basis. One thing I'd like to note to council is in speaking with other treasurers in the area and outside of the area, RFPs for audit services, we're seeing a significant increase in this year in comparison to what we've been offered. So I think it would be highly recommended that we accept this RFP and move forward.
My only question would be, were we the only one that the RFP was for?
Yes, the county had actually done their RFP for auditing services ahead of us, and then we did ours. So.
Okay, I guess we just need to try as hard as we can to continue to try and consolidate whenever we have an opportunity, but that's always can be a bit of a challenge. Any questions about this recommendation? Then could I have a mover and a seconder to receive and approve the report and recommendation, Councilors Barry and Richards?
Moved by Councilor Barry, second by Councilor Richards. Be resolved, Council receives report TT 2423 regarding external audit services request for proposals submitted by Gene Hughes dated October 5th, 2023, and Council accepts the proposal from Papel and Associates Professional Corporation in the amount of $14,300 plus applicable taxes for the 2023 external audit services, and that Council approves the contract with Papel and Associates Professional Corporation for a period of 5 years to be appointed annually with an annual increase of $500 plus applicable tax commencing the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2023.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your recommendation for a budgeting schedule. I understand there's a little bit of a shift in thinking here. So
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Actually, yes, and through discussions with the CAO and in following sort of what's kind of gone on over the last couple of years, we've kind of changed things a little bit in that we've suggested November 23rd be a special meeting of council to discuss the projects and priorities presentations to council as a full day event. Traditionally, it's been done after a council meeting, but in the last few years, it's taken more than a day or more than an afternoon. So we're thinking of dedicating a day to projects and priorities. And then in the same frame of mind, we've actually decided or suggesting here that we do 2 special meetings on the 21st and 22nd of February of 2024 to discuss budget deliberations. Because once again, they've often been started after a council meeting. Well, depending on how long it goes, we've always had to continue on to the next day. So we're thinking if we have a dedicated day or days that I think it'll be a much easier process for everyone.
you know what, I'm glad to see this because I think what has happened a couple of times is we've had our first full day and then the final deciding factors after a council meeting, and that's when everybody's tired. And it's, I really like to see the approach you've taken. I think it's a good plan.
And one
Thoughts?
thing that could consider too is that we can always add another meeting if
the 2 days isn't sufficient. We
Mhm.
are still on schedule as far as where we normally land for budgets, so it's not, you know, that we're staying or we're pushing it further than we need to. So I think that's probably a good plan.
The only other thing about this particular report is asking for a target percentage of increase. I've never felt completely comfortable about being asked that before in the past. I know that it is a sort of a safe gap measure for staff when they're planning. You try and stay within that. I just, it's really hard to do before we come up with, before we have our projects and priorities and really here, there, we do have a lot of priorities. And I think it's really hard to pin down a percentage increase. I mean, it's always been our goal to keep the increase as low as we possibly can. You know, times are getting tougher and tougher for people and we need to keep that in mind. But to me, it's pretty hard to do before we have our projects and priorities and really hear the reality of what we're facing. I mean, we know of some of the outstanding projects that we've got. Some of them are big ones. And I suspect that we'll hear more, you know, coming our way during our upcoming discussions. So I'm looking to hear what council thinks about that. Can't read your minds. Deputy Mayor, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I'd hate to put staff in a position of thinking, gosh, maybe we need to pre-edit some of the things we want to put forward to council before projects and priorities.
I want to hear what people,
You know, we want to know all of your ideas, and then we can be the hard guys that have to maybe say yes and no. So yeah, I would, if we could try that this year, that would be great. I mean, obviously staff knows we want to keep the tax rate low and we want to get lots done. So same as always.
you know, it might be safe to say we want to keep things out of the double digit area. But other municipalities, I mean, you can laugh, but other municipalities are there. And they know they're going to be there, and that's tough. And we might find ourselves there, you know, given what our discussions are like. But at this point, that might be a safe start for you.
And just in response to that, the staff here at Algonquin Highlands, we all know we need to be fiscally responsible as well. So I don't think we're not going to bring something completely unreasonable to council.
But I agree with Deputy Mayor Dayu that we want to hear it all. You know, and even if we know that it's not something that can happen, or like, oh, wait a minute, we can't do that. I mean, we do really need to be as fully informed and know what we're facing. Did I see your hand up? Okay, so thanks for the recommended changes on the schedule. If I could have a mover and a seconder to approve that. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be resolved, council receives report TT 2523 submitted by Jean Hughes and dated October 5th, 2023 regarding proposed 2024 budget schedule. And the council concurs with the proposed timeline and that special council meetings be scheduled on November 23rd, 2023 for projects and priority presentations and February 21st and 22nd, 2024 for budget deliberations.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, and finally is your report on asset management software.
Yes, thank you. So as council's aware, we did do the asset management plan back in 2020, and it was passed by resolution in October by council. So then it includes all of our assets and meets all the requirements of the Ontario regulation. But the next step is to subscribe and implement an asset management software, which council has agreed should be used out of the modernization funding and has been put in the budget at a cost of $35,000 for the year. So with that in mind, the township issued a request for proposal, again, with the help of the county procurement coordinator for the supply and installation of an asset management software. And that closing date was September 18th. We had one response, but unfortunately, the response was non-compliant as they missed submitting one of the mandatory requirements. I've since been talking with them. They said it just didn't, it was through an email situation and it went to a wrong, like a junk box or a spam or whatever, and was missed. But at the same time, at the time of the request for review or the review process, it was decided that the RFP would be canceled because they didn't meet the requirements. So having said that, and in an effort to proceed with this project and avoid any further delays, we are suggesting or recommending that we consider section 11.0 non-competitive procurement in accordance with our purchasing policy. And 11.5 is referencing single source procurement. And as defined by the policy, it's a procurement of good or service from a particular vendor rather than through solicitation of bids through another RFP process. And the reason we're suggesting that is for standardization, the fact that it is thought to be able to work with our financial software, familiarity of the actual software, and the fact that 2 other municipalities in this area are already using this software, and it is actually offered out by PSD Citywide. It's called Citywide Asset Manager, and it provides a complete inventory of system for all asset types, and it allows for life cycle planning, risk analysis, levels of service considerations, and it's very useful for financial reporting as well. So, as I said, we've estimated a cost of $35,000 for the supply and installation. And we are recommending that council allow us to proceed under the single source procurement to work with PSD Citywide to supply and install the asset management software and move ahead.
A question on Citywide. Are they the folks who originally bid and were non-compliant? But they are in fact and can be compliant
Absolutely.
with our requirements. And who are the other 2 municipalities that are using them?
Highlands East and Minden, I believe.
I don't know, for some reason or other, I thought the county was using them too, but I
Not at this time, but they said that they would be looking into that. And one thing I did note, Highlands East is currently working with Citywide to get it completely working with the GP financial software, and they're running the same software as us. So it is hoped that it will be completely, by the time we get it up and running and everything else.
they'll ironed out all the kinks.
Yeah, exactly.
Questions or comments? Councillor Barry.
Will this finalize the last of our modernization funding?
Pretty much, there's monies there that we allocated for cemetery software and stuff, but this was earmarked the last couple of years for the asset management software.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward with using Citywide for our asset management software? Councillor Barry, Councillor Short.
Moved by Council Berry, second by Council Short Read, be it resolved, council receives report TT 2623 regarding asset management software project submitted by Gene Hughes dated October 5th, 2023, and that council direct staff in accordance with the purchasing policy under single source procurement to work with BSD Citywide for the supply and installation of asset management software to be funded from the modernization grant money.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So next we enter back into the world of planning. And talk about housing. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
So if you want to talk to us about your report on housing.
Sure, this is a follow-up report from my original council in June of this year, looking at various options to support additional housing development in Algonquin Highlands. So a number of questions were raised at that meeting, and this is just following up and bringing that additional information forward for council discussion and consideration. I guess one thing to note is that the existing policies within our zoning bylaw that do allow additional residential development on most properties, excluding the waterfront, are gaining traction within the community, and more inquiries are being received by staff on those options. So encouraging to see.
I'm wondering about under the section of permanent tiny home communities. That you'd said that you had done some preliminary research about establishing tiny home communities. I'm just kind of wondering what your thoughts are with respect to that, or, you know, what were sort of like some of the key elements that came to your mind when you were doing that?
Certainly, it's a new proposed style of development, one that certainly piqued my interest. Obviously, with a community like Algonquin Highlands, one of the biggest hurdles would be access to servicing, access to community services, as well as water and wastewater servicing of such a community. We would have to look at some sort of communal system for a development like that, which current planning policies don't necessarily support, but those are things that through our official plan review can be looked at further at that time.
Were you able to sit in to listen to the communal services presentation that was made to the county by the county of Renfrew? I was really keen about that. I saw that as offering some real opportunities, particularly with respect to, you know, a tiny house community. I thought that the province had either had or were about to authorize approval of communal services like that. And I mean, if they're going, if Renfrew is already doing that, there must be some way to have approval.
Yes, the provincial policy statement does have a hierarchy of how a development should be serviced. So communal servicing is listed on there. However, it's my understanding it's not one of the top ones where you have an option for individual servicing versus a communal service. There are some risks involved with communal servicing, so it's something that has to be looked at for a very detailed level. Because ultimately, if those systems fail, it falls back onto the municipality to take those services over.
And that's where establishing a municipal services corporation came into play. That's a big step.
Yes,
For us
yeah.
to take, but obviously something that does protect the municipality.
Yeah.
Should be something to think about. Thoughts or comments about Sean's report? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Are there any actionable things that maybe we could consider as a council in advance of the OP review, for example? And I'm thinking, we've got this bang the table software. We know who our business owners are in the community. What about doing some form of community engagement on staff housing? Or tiny homes is a little bit different. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that, but certainly when it comes to staff housing, just to start the conversation about if there could be sort of a community plan, what might the key components be, and keep the conversation going.
You don't recommend tiny housing developments?
I love the idea of tiny homes. I'm not convinced that having focus group conversations with people who already have properties in our community is going to gather the type of information.
So you're just sort of separating the two.
I'm just separating the two out a little bit. When it comes to staff housing, we already know there is a ready need that is not being filled by people in our community who could participate in Bang the Table. That's all. It's a slightly separate process.
You know, with respect to that, one of the things that comes to my mind is that I think that we need to promote the idea. I mean, we keep hearing about, well, we don't have staff housing and the municipalities need to do something about staff housing. And I'm thinking, okay, I mean, a lot of them have properties sufficient size and the ability now to build, you know, small, modest units for their staff on their own properties. And I'm not sure that everybody is aware that they can do that.
Right.
And another thing I'm not sure about is whether there's any funding streams that would help them do that. I suspect that there probably are. But, you know, I think that one of the things that we can do is inform people, put information out there to let them like, did you know? And that's something that, you know, we can work through a communications coordinator to just, you know, sort of start to get people thinking about, aside from us thinking about what can we do, get people thinking about alternatives that they can actually do something for themselves, that the legal ability is there now for them, and they don't need to necessarily build something, you know, a 1,200 square foot home, 3-bedroom, you know, bungalow kind of thing. I see your hand up, Councillor Richards.
Yeah, you know, it's been mentioned here and there a bit about like a toolkit. And it's usually referred to in, you know, zoning, permit requirements, etc. But I think it should, and although it sometimes does, include funding opportunities, especially for businesses to develop staff housing. I think for our community, and it's certainly not to say that it's all of them, but a lot of our businesses are small businesses that can't necessarily afford to build staff housing, even if they have the land. And then there's topography challenges as well. So if we could put together a more, you know, Algonquin Highlands focus toolkit on what can be done and where.
You're talking about things like what fees we can waive and.
No, I'm talking about what funding opportunities are there for them. Like, could we do some research to find that information out for them so that we can hand over this? Here, you can apply to so and so to get funding to do this. You can build X number of units, you know, on X size of acreage. To do so, you're going to need this type of system to do it.
That's, to me, that, I mean, it's not a bad idea, but it's a lot of work that you're asking, you know, for you know, a lower tier municipality to do, that I would look more into to the upper tier to do that work on behalf of all 4 municipalities, because we've all got the same challenge. That you know, need to ask. Sean's one-man operation. And he's already got, you know, some pretty big projects on his plate. To ask him to do something like that, you know, where all the other 3 municipalities in the county itself can gain from that same work. I think that that's something that maybe we should be taking to the county to do. What are your thoughts about that, Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yes, and yes. I agree with both. I think this is a really good example of strategic communications, not just here's some messages, let's get it out on social media once a month or whatever, but let's put into place a real plan for how we can get information out there in a way that people could download and print out and avail themselves of, and it's easy to read and it's easy to follow, and you know, it's strategic, and it offers a real advantage to people trying to struggle through these things, a FAQ section or whatever it might be. And then yes, maybe that's more an ECDEV driven thing for the county, because a lot of the questions will have the same answers township to townships, and other answers will be different, but maybe that's where, you know.
I mean, personally, I think that's maybe where it should live. And I'm just kind of going back to a couple of years ago, the City of Kawartha Lakes Housing Group had done they had a like a major meeting at the Legion in Halliburton, and they talked about specifically about toolkits. Here's the things that you can do to help see development take place. And it was specific to housing. So, you know, I think that if that's why it sort of takes me to the county level, that, you know, I think that we can, you know, bring that up at the county and see. It's a big issue there as well. Go ahead.
So yeah, I'm in favor of raising that in the county and would be happy to do that, or however that works. And my other my other vote of support would be to invite the Tiny Town Association to come and give us a presentation so that we can just start having the conversation instead of waiting for the OP review. Like, let's take this ball as far down the pitch as we can. So we've got that information.
Oh, yeah, I'm all for moving forward on different items. I mean, as opposed to waiting for an OP review, and it's bringing them here as for a presentation is top of my list right here. Councillor Barry.
Just my question in regards to it living at the county or sort of launching off there. Would all of the municipalities be in the same boat in regards to things like accessory suites, secondary dwellings, those type of things? Those would all be aligned? Because I don't want to, I know that we recently went through our zoning bylaw, so I just want to make sure that the other 3 municipalities and county would be.
Those are provincial changes, so that, yeah, we're all on the same page.
Yes, and the counties recently updated their official plan as well to support that additional housing component. So and I know other townships are looking at implementing such policies in their zoning bylaws as well. So
That's great. And would there be funding opportunities with health? I'm just thinking, as someone with aging parents, I know that long-term care homes are no longer really accessible or available. And I just wonder if there's funding, if you're making secondary suites for those reasons, that type of thing.
yeah, I'm not aware of any sort of funding like that being available, but it's something we can certainly look into, or the county as part of the review if it ends up living there.
Councillor Richards.
I do know that the Kawartha Lakes Housing has some funding if that secondary suite is going to be an affordable rental unit. Not sure about as a in-law suite. I'm wondering, some of the from your special meeting with the Frontenac community, he was mentioning that they were working on gaining more support with Environment Canada on the communal municipal services. I'm wondering if we could, as a council, put more support behind that, and also support other options like whole home incinerators and other
I'm
technologies.
sorry, like what?
Whole home incinerators and other technologies that move away from the septic system into newer, greener technologies that work in our topography, where septic systems sometimes are not even viable in the environment we're in.
So look into funding opportunities associated with those types of, if we were to include that in our planning processes.
Yeah, and you know, some of it I think goes beyond us to what the province will allow. But I'm wondering if support and push to the province to look at these newer technologies and incorporate them into what's allowed.
Go ahead, Sean.
I think a lot of that also would come down to the building code and what's required when you're developing residential development as far as servicing. So yeah, I can certainly speak with Greg and see if there's any upcoming reviews or ability to comment on something like that.
And whether there would be funding opportunities for including something like that in development proposals, something we can look at. Councillor Barry.
Just following up from the discussion earlier in regards to economic development and the airport. Is the airport a consideration? Some of the lands there, I know they're not zoned as residential right now, but is that possible?
That's what we were talking about earlier, that could be a possibility. I mean, there would have to be some rezoning associated with it, I'm assuming. We'd have to talk about that on the long term.
Yeah, and the airport area is under a special policy area under the official plan, so it's more directed towards commercial development. But that's obviously something council can review as it sees fit.
I'm just thinking, given the urgent need across the country, never mind the province and the county for housing initiatives that, you know, that's one possibility. When I mean, that would have been next in the discussion when we look at the parcels of land that we've got available. You know, we do of the four that are listed here, two are of reasonable size. I think that we could consider them as something that we look at going forward, but we also have sufficient land at the airport that I think if it was far enough removed from the other industrial commercial location that we've got right now, as well as, you know, anything associated directly with aviation, that we should be able to carve off a piece. You know, I don't know what size at this point in time, but I think that's something that we need to consider. It's land that we have. And about the parcels of land, I think I'm not sure what we need to do about the two parcels that are, you know, in and around the 1 acre, you know, in the Chelsea Lane Fader Drive area. To me, those pieces of property are something we should probably look at disposing of. Unless you can come up with any reason why we shouldn't. I don't see them as being suitable locations for any kind of housing development that we're thinking about. But I'd look for thoughts on them. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, you know, unless we do have a really good reason to hold on to them, that we should just sell them off for individual development.
Now, they would require rezoning probably.
Probably.
Depending on what's to be developed, you know, if you look at the example of earlier today. But still, I'd like to hear what John's got to say about that.
Yeah, so you are correct. They would need to be rezoned just to recognize that they are fronting on a private road. But those lots are zoned rural residential. So just as an example, you could have a single family dwelling, an accessory dwelling, as well as an apartment in the principal. So you could have up to 3 units, assuming that the lot's large enough to support the servicing of all those, but just for.
So if we were to dispose of those properties, that would be something that we should make sure that, you know, that as part of the advertisement for availability, that people are aware that these are the opportunities that you've got for this lot. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Blue sky question here. Is there any provision for or examples of disposing of a property like this for a single dollar, but to a group that commits to creating long-term rental affordable for a minimum of 10 years or something like that? Is that an avenue that has some potential?
I think it would first of all depend on whether or not we need any cost recovery on those lands. I'm assuming that we acquired them. We didn't just go out and buy those lots. We acquired them because of failure to pay taxes or so. So there would have to be cost recovery associated with that. My only thought is there not really, you know, when you're talking about affordable housing, they're in kind of a remote location. I mean, it's certainly a consideration, but they're not the best location in the world. None of them are in the best location for transportation, and but the two larger parcels are definitely, there's more opportunity there. Okay, Councillor Shortreed, then Richards, then Barry.
I'd rather sell it at market value and tag the money for
Another development.
project that down the future, right? And that maybe we can get 5 houses out of 1 lot, you know, just the options are a little bit more endless.
Good point. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, especially where these 2 lots are located in an area that is very remote, but it's also private roads. That there may be, you know, required maintenance on them, adding to, you know, what a property owner there would have to pay out. So I'm not sure that area is the best for an affordable zone, and I definitely think Councillor Shortreed's idea of allocating those funds to a project where it would be more viable.
What's the process that we use when we dispose of land? Do we just put it out for bids with a minimum based on what we need to recover, or do we do we have it appraised and put a market value on it? What's the process?
We have a sale of land policy around that, and there's options for council to consider.
Okay. So if we're in agreement that we don't wish to retain those lots, those two in particular, maybe we could see that come back to us and we can, see what our options are. Councillor Barry? Like that would,
Yeah, my initial thought is in agreement with everyone saying. I think cautionary, trying to build up areas on a road, on an area with no municipal road. And on a lake that's at capacity, I think is cautionary in comparison to the other two larger pieces of lots.
but as far as making them available, they are lots of record that can be developed, in the standard way. So, but I hear what you're saying. So the other two larger parcels, I think both of them offer opportunities. They're both big enough that they offer some opportunities to us going forward. They're not the best for transportation routes, but depending on, the direction that we go, I'm assuming if you get, a number of smaller units on a parcel of land, that there's some opportunity for sharing and, sharing of transportation. Councillor Dayu, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, and then there's just that missing middle piece where, people who are earning professional salaries, thank you very much, still can't afford a home. So to just even have an entry level home, but they've got their own car. Transportation is not the problem. Jobs is not the problem. It's just literally getting their foot in the door. I think these properties would be best suited for that kind, rather than the really affordable kind where almost social housing level. It's that missing middle piece. And do we ever need missing middle in Algonquin Highlands?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't know which we need more. Affordable housing or missing middle housing, or, affordable, attainable. Like there seems to be some gray areas around all these definitions. And, when I think about what do you see as the missing middle, in the kind of house that like a 3-bedroom bungalow or a 600 square foot unit?
I'd have to take some good time to think about that and look at how others have offered examples to that end. And while I agree, I don't know which is the more essential or urgent for us in Algonquin Highlands. If those properties are really not suited for transportation routes, etc., then it sounds like it would fall to the other category anyway. There, if we don't have public transportation in those areas, then the missing middle would probably be the better route for those properties. Doesn't mean that would be our only solution.
The one thing that I did think about the property on Highway 118 is probably, there's more opportunity for transportation there than there is on the Little Hawk Lake Road. Thoughts?
I mean, further on that, I think Algonquin Highlands in general is more of a missing middle than a lower income, simply because we don't have transit. And that low, deeply affordable level of housing needs to be close to transit. So we are, in my opinion, more of that. You're at the medium income of our society, and housing that fits that income level need.
My thinking was, and I hate to put everything off to our strategic planning process and projects and priorities, but I think that we need to make a decision about where this stands, in a list of projects and priorities and how we're going to go forward. Because to me, I mean, maybe this isn't the perfect way to look at it, but my thinking was sort of, okay, we've got these two decent sized parcels of land, and my focus was more on the Highway 118 parcel because of its location. do we need to, put out some kind of do a little bit of a study or put out some kind of an RFP for how this piece of land could be developed to meet the missing middle, the, attainable housing? Whether that would be something that we want to consider, like, it just seems to me with these housing discussions at every level, not just here, but, we're talking about how important it is and how we've got to do something, but we actually have to do something. So, where does that start and what do we do? And to me, that we need to have, I'm just thinking about, as an example, we had a special meeting at county council to talk about the We Care property. And hopefully everybody knows about the We Care property. It's property that the county owns. It's got a childcare, but it's a big piece of land. The childcare unit needs to be reconstructed, but there's lots of opportunity there for housing, a mixture of housing, offices, and a new daycare center. So somebody from Habitat for Humanity literally went and measured out the property and laid out, here's what you could build. It was just like, oh my God, look what we can build. Look at the number of units that we could have there. And that's where I started thinking, maybe that's what we need to do, is spend a little money on a, I don't know, not necessarily an engineering firm, but an architectural firm to look at, here's what you could build. Here's what you're looking at for costs and investment. Here's how you could get return on your investment. Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Shortreed, and Councillor Richards.
You do raise a good point about partnerships. Instead of always thinking exclusively in-house and getting an RFP, maybe a first step is having a conversation with a local agency that does, well, a regional agency that does do housing, to talk about our specific interests in our specific properties, to see what they have to say, to understand what options there might be, and who knows what might come from that, rather than going immediately to a private firm that might just do that on our behalf.
Yeah, I don't know how far they would go on our behalf, but I mean, it was pretty astounding. I thought of just like, wow, that's, yeah, I mean, I definitely would be open to having, it sounded to me like the best group to bring in was possibly Habitat for Humanity. Because they seem to be having a great deal of success. They've got a fabulous development going in Peterborough. And I mean, it was just like worth a lot. And I just kind of thought, wow, okay. I'm surprised. Councillor Shortreed.
I was just gonna say, we're not developers. We don't have the background, the knowledge, anything really, or what's new, what's coming. And then I'd rather, like, Habitat for Humanity probably does have much more at their fingertips, knows what this area needs. And first step, yeah, maybe them, and then take it from there and see what options are viable. Right? Because there's probably.
Well, that's where the partnership comes in, is that we've got the land. And
yeah.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I totally agree that these people, whether it's Habitat or Places for People, they know what they're doing. We don't. Why start something totally new when they can just come in and get it done? I think the discussion that we need to have is, where do we want to be in that partnership? Is this going to be a lease land, a donation of land, a sale of land? What level of involvement do we want to continue to have in the future on these properties?
Well, when during the discussion that was at the county, I mean, they were talking about, some return on your investment, that you would recover your investment, whether it's a value of the land or, how you would do. So to me, that would factor into it. That if there's no return for the municipality or the taxpayer's investment, like it's got to be worth. I'm not high finance, and but I know that we need to think about all of those things. So I'm hearing, well, we've asked for the Tiny House Association to come in and talk to us and see what they've got to say, and Habitat for Humanity to see what opportunities there might be for a partnership. And that's a good starting point. And that we also need to decide where this lies in our big picture thinking. So I guess that Is there any other thoughts or any other questions or comments that anybody's got about Sean's report and the parcels of land? So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive that report? Go ahead.
My only thought, because there are two instructions regarding parcels of land, and my only thought would be to not move on the smaller parcels until we've had the Habitat for Humanity conversation, just in case, there might be a flicker of an idea that comes from that before we move on disposing of the other smaller parcels.
I mean, there's no rush to dispose of them, but I do know that the whole transportation and suitability of, affordable housing will come into their approach to that. I'm betting that those parcels wouldn't be considered, but you're right. I mean, there's no rush. And we have not directed anybody to dispose of them. We just have sort of suggested that's something that we probably should do. So mover and a seconder to receive Sean's report. Councillor Shortreed and Barry. And I think maybe it's time for us to break for lunch.
Just read the motion.
Go ahead.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives report PL 106-23 submitted by Sean O'Callaghan dated October 5th, 2023 regarding housing support options. And that council directs staff to contact the Tiny Home Association and request a delegation with council for additional information. And that council directs staff to contact Habitat for Humanity for discussions for housing support options.
All in favor? That's carried. I was looking to see where that other, the letter from the government about the task force recommendations were. Where's that on the agenda?
It's E in planning.
Pardon me?
E in planning.
We stand adjourned until after lunch. And okay, so till 1:45. That gives us a half an hour. Is that enough? And according to that view of you, you're wearing a lovely royal blue suit. Welcome back, everyone. So under the planning envelope, the next item for discussion is the license of occupation policy. And first we'll have you talk to your report.
Thank you. Yes, this is back before council today. It has been before council a few times in recent history this year. The changes I've made to the policy are attached to the report in a red line version. I guess the biggest thing to note is that the insurance requirement's been reduced from 5 million to 2 million per council's direction. Also attached to my report is a number of responses to the questions that were submitted by the earlier delegation today. Based on all of this, staff is recommending approval of the policy. The changes that council has requested have been made, and I'm happy to address any additional questions council may have at this time.
I don't have any issues at the present time with the policy as it's written, the red line version, but I do think that we probably need to address the responses to the questions that were raised just to see if there are any concerns. Now, I don't want to, and that will help us as well with the timeline of our effective date, that because I think we need to talk about, okay, when is this going to go into place? And some of our discussion might lend itself to that. I personally, I don't think that there's a need for us to go through every single question. I think that there's been adequate responses to many of the questions, and some of them, have they've answered the questions themselves. But I guess the approach I'd like us to take is to see what particular questions referenced by number members of council have a specific concern with. And I will start with one. One thing that I think that might be helpful, and I've thought this before today's delegation, was that there seems to be an awful lot of concern that, or lack of trust. There's a concern that we're just going to, jerk out the policy for no rationale whatsoever, that there's not a level of trust there, that there's solid rationale behind our reasons. And I do wonder whether we shouldn't prepare a little bit of a clear list for people to see, here's why you might be subject to termination, depending on the discussions that take place. And I know that you've, in many places, you've assured people that each different circumstance, each property is a different circumstance. They've all got different conditions, and most of them would need to have a discussion about how it would be handled. But there's some pretty clear reasons why we might terminate an agreement, and that's, lack of payment or issues with the building code. I guess I'd like to have a bit of a discussion about that and see whether that's warranted to develop a list that they can see, okay, here's the reasons why you would risk that. And I'll just go to Sean before I go to members of council, just to see if you've got thoughts on that.
Sure, and that's certainly something I can put together. They will be fairly obvious, like for ones you mentioned, we're not keeping up with payment of the yearly fee, but there will be, or at least I would recommend a note being at the end that it still be at the full discretion of the township. It's not limited to just those reasons listed. There's unknown reasons why it could be removed. Each property is different and will have to be evaluated on its own merits, as I've mentioned several times in the answer to these questions, because it's not a standard. There's not just one standard list that would apply to each property.
Thoughts from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I took exception to a lot of what was said this morning in the delegation. The suggestion that we are trying to do this out of spite to make people's lives more cumbersome, more difficult, that we don't understand their perspective. I take exception to a lot of that. And I also got from what they were saying several kernels of real information that I think we should be following up on. And you've touched on the first, and I think one of the key ones, which is information. And the fact that we did talk repeatedly about really doing an information campaign that goes far beyond a Q&A in response to some questions raised by some people on a spreadsheet. And I would say that this is one of those moments when strategic communication should come into play. Presuming that this license of occupation policy is passed today, we will finally have answers to a lot of these questions. And I say, let's go beyond what we traditionally do in terms of disseminating information. Put together a strong page on our website, give good examples of these things, outline the spirit, the intention behind why we're doing this, so that even though we'll never convince everyone, at least we can point to something to say, no, this is the reason. This is the reason why we're doing it. So to agree with what you say, but also then I would say, take it even further and see how this can become one of those strategic communication pieces where we really put in a solid chunk of effort, because we have said it and they said it and I had forgotten. We had said that for years, that we want to start with education and making sure that everyone really gets what this is about.
Councillor Shortreed.
And I also think communicating to the people who don't know, because I'm sure there are people out there that don't know. There are people I know endorsed that who know and are very happy with this, that are in this exact same situation. But I'm sure there are people that have no idea that they're gonna have this opportunity. So it'd be nice to get it out overall anyways.
Because there are a lot of people who do see it as a positive thing and an opportunity.
100%, everyone I've talked to, yes.
Okay, so let's go through, and I, as I say, I don't want to go through everyone. I don't think we need to do that. Because a lot of it is repetitive and a bit redundant, and I must say I'm in complete agreement that I feel somewhat insulted today. We allowed a process that is something that we have never done before. And we're treated very badly for having allowed that opportunity. So let's start with the document and tell me where you see issues remaining. Councillor Richards.
I'd like some clarity.
If you could refer to a number.
Oh, sorry, from the, sorry, are we on the document itself or the questions? Oh, the questions, okay.
Yeah, the questions.
Okay, in 1 and 2. I know that our intention is to give them exclusive use of the land and structures. But when I look back to the correspondence with John Ewert, it's kind of vague as to whether or not they actually have that. Like, would they be able to put up like a no trespassing sign to the public and stop the public from entering the land in front of them? Or is there something that prohibits them from doing that?
So the intent is to grant the licensee the exclusive use. I'm not sure they could go as far as putting a no trespassing sign, even though they technically have the full care and control of that land now while the license is valid. There's, I guess, a sign is not a prohibited thing under the license, not a structure. So technically speaking, I suppose someone could put that sign up there.
But what I'm saying is would it actually be enforceable by OPP or whomever enforces that?
That I honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I know the intent is to really grant them the exclusive use, but whether somebody pushes that and would they actually be considered trespassing? I don't have that might be a question for a lawyer to answer.
Okay, so question for a lawyer. I mean, I actually, I'd be surprised if somebody would want to go to that extent. You know, or you'd see every piece of shore road allowance that, you know, that people own, that people could do that and they don't. And yet I'm quite sure that there are times when people cross shore road allowances that are owned privately. But then we've seen some pretty radical attitudes. So
Well, yeah, we are seeing some pretty radical attitudes, and it's that much more accessible because it's on a public road. And I'm sure through the education and awareness of this alone, people may be thinking they have that opportunity and trying to utilize it.
good question. Okay, so any other items of concern?
The question 3, where they're asking about can we create a separate bylaw class? I don't think that we can, and it wouldn't remove liability simply by doing that. But I'm wondering if maybe our response to them could be a little more elaborate so that that's understood as to why we can't do that.
Sorry, I'm just reading my response. So we can't zone the land that's not attached to their property. It's part of a road allowance, so it doesn't have a specific zone on it. So in the zoning bylaw wouldn't necessarily apply to it because it's not zoned under that.
Next item.
The next one is going back to what you've already mentioned of guidelines for termination. And I understand that, you know, ultimately there's a lot of things out there that we can't even think of today that could be a reason. So I'm not sure how we ever avoid, you know, not having well, at our sole discretion, because there could potentially be something. And yet at the same time, I do recognize that the licensees want some kind of understanding what they would do wrong that would cause them to lose it. So I think some sort of guidelines are.
Well, I think
Are good.
we've agreed to that, you know,
Yeah.
but that there would
Yeah.
be some statement at the end that, and because we can't possibly foresee every opportunity there.
Right.
So, but you know, if they need some ideas about here, okay, here's like the things that we can truly see as being a reason. And it's my understanding that it's not our approach that we see something wrong and so we pull the license. Like, I mean, the person's going to be talked to. We're going to try and work through things to the best that we can. Every situation is different, and our approach is to try and work it out before we do something like that. But you can't give every possible reason. Did you have a question about this item?
Yes, and from what I've read and the way I understand it is it's the same on their side. If at any times they don't agree with the license of occupation, they can remove as well, which is the same in any lease agreement, any sort of agreement that goes forward.
Works both ways.
So it's not one-sided that we're gonna pull the plug. Either party at any point can withdraw from the license of occupation.
Except that there are certain ramifications to their withdrawal.
Which would be,
Well, if they still own the property and they're still using it,
Yeah.
the possible removal of the improvements.
correct, yeah.
But I mean, that is a choice that they can make. So, okay, next.
There's this question about the original high water mark and the variations.
Can you refer
of-
to a number?
Sorry, number 6. The variations of where that high water mark is today versus 100 years ago because of the damming system. And I'm wondering if you could give some clarification to folks as to what that means to them in today's modern age.
Right, so most lakes would have what's considered a regulated high water mark, which is what the lake elevation is typically. So to actually mark that on the land, you would really need to have a surveyor do that. Just because it is very precise. But generally speaking, it is the typical water's edge throughout the summer season, I would suggest. But it does vary lake to lake. So really to know definitively where it is, a surveyor would need to be involved.
But is there a difference where that original high water mark has changed from 100 years ago? Like, is it what it is today, or is it what it was 100 years ago?
Right, so yeah, there is an original high water mark, and in a lot of cases, those are now underwater and a new regulated high water mark has been established.
So are we putting this policy in place for the new regulated high water mark or the old one?
The new regulated high water mark, we can't regulate anything underwater.
Councillor Barry.
And I can see where a guideline on when this would be needed is. I can understand how you would want to know whether or not you or your neighbor have to have a survey. Like going into, like, there is a considerably larger financial investment in the application, whether you need it just to apply for a license of occupation, or you're applying for a license of occupation with a survey. So I guess just the metrics in what will say you will or you won't need a survey. How do we know that?
Well, I think that would, I mean, it's up to Sean to respond, but to me, that's a case by case basis. it depends on what you run into. I mean, if there's a disagreement about where the line, I mean, we get into this issue about disagreements between property owners, and, sometimes the only solution is to have a survey done. I mean, I don't think that we can say these are going to need surveys and these are not going to need surveys.
Yes, that is correct. So it would arise when there's a dispute or if there's no existing survey for a property and we don't know exactly where that side lot line is, then that's when we would be requesting a survey be completed. And in cases where there's an irregular lot line projection, then a survey may be beneficial in that case as well. But yeah, it's hard to predict exactly when that would be required, but if you have an existing survey, in most cases, I think that should be sufficient.
And I'm assuming that if it was determined that if people were applying for their licenses of occupation and it was determined for some reason that there was a survey required because of the time period that people have to wait for a survey, that there would be some grace period or some time period established within which it would need to be resolved. So that we wouldn't be going and, doing anything to the property until they were able to reasonably get the survey completed. And that's something that we would negotiate, right?
Oh, absolutely. We would file that and we would follow up occasionally to make sure everything is still on track. But yes, as long as they're working towards having that survey completed, then I see no reason to terminate the license or not proceed with it.
Does that answer your question? Go ahead.
So if there was no previous survey, but your neighbors were in agreement, would that trump needing a survey? Or would there still need to be a survey?
If there's no existing survey, my preference would be to have a survey completed, because that way it's very clear where the line is, should ownership change in the future, and the license is transferred to a new owner. I think it's important that we then have that survey on record.
So you're talking about a survey of the homeowner's property, not of the shoreline. Because the shoreline's not surveyed for the most part anyway. I mean, the chances of somebody residing on a property that's got no survey on it at all, there might be some question about, where certain lines, I mean, we have already run into a circumstance where people have said that's mine and we've had to survey to show that it's not. But I don't think that there would be very many situations like that.
There might not be, but my thought is if they don't own currently or have license of occupation currently of that high water mark, that would never be on a survey. They would never have a survey of the parcel of land in question.
Go ahead.
So the purpose of the survey is to establish the side lot lines. So the property where the house is located, we would project those lot lines directly across the road onto the water side. So the survey isn't of the shore road allowance where the structures are, but more of where the side lot lines are on the property on the other side of the road.
And not necessarily at the high water mark, it's the sidelines.
Now, sorry, just to add to that, there may be cases in, where there's a dispute on where this lot line is, where we could require the survey be on the other side of the road as well.
Okay.
Next point. Carry on. If you get past number 10, I'll have something to say.
Okay, well then, because I'm at 15, so if you want to go.
Okay, well, it's just a comment. I did want us to address the suggestion that we must have MPAC come in and try and address a lot of these concerns. In my estimation, and I look to other members of council to comment on this, there are so many irregularities and so many unique aspects to every property. For MPAC to try and come in and address that, I just don't see the value in helping the greater population. I don't see that helping at all. Now, whether there needs to be clarification, there still seems to be some misunderstanding about zoning versus assessment. and the reduction in that assessment if you're across the road. There seems to be, and I heard this morning that there's a belief that they're paying the same amount of money as waterfront properties, and I don't believe that that's the case. But, I don't know how to assure people of that, and I'm not sure that MPAC can either. So I'd like to hear thoughts about that.
No, I completely agree. I think property owners who are concerned with the assessment of their property should contact the corporation that's assessing their property, so that they have clear communication from that corporation. We have clear communication from them that in situations like this, they are assessed at a waterfront rate. However, their tax or their assessment is adjusted to reflect that the road is running between their property and the water. They're the experts in that field. They should be the ones addressing that. And I think
2 individuals.
yeah, their time would be better spent to contact them directly than try to set up some sort of meeting here where it would be an open house for them to answer questions.
Are we in agreement there? Councillor Shortreed, then Councillor Richards.
Just one question. So when they're zoned waterfront, is it not a lot of times more of what their property has effect on the lake? Their septic has effect on the lake. Doesn't mean they're actually sitting on the water. It just means they're close enough to a body of water that their building has certain effects on that lake, correct?
Yeah,
So I think that's a
One aspect of it.
Like it's just this misconception, I think, and Angie's got.
Certainly Sean could probably answer it better than me, but when the zoning bylaw assigns zoning to a property, it's based on information from and official plan designations based on what the Minister of Environment has assigned. So anything, I believe, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, anything within 1,000 feet of a water body is considered waterfront, because anything that is constructed within that 1,000 feet, a septic can have an effect on the water body. So that's why they're considered waterfront. In the eyes of the Ministry of Environment, it doesn't matter if there's a road there or not. It's within that, and that's why it's designated as waterfront.
Where the assessment itself
It-
would take into consideration the fact that, well,
That's
for one thing, you don't have immediate access to the water. Councillor Richards and then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I agree with that. I don't think a meeting with MPAC is going to really address individuals' properties. But I do have a question that I'm concerned about with MPAC, and that's on the when they enter into the license of occupation and that gets registered against the property itself. Is that going to trigger some type of reassessment at MPAC, increasing their property taxes?
I would say probably yes, but I don't know to what extent, whether there'd be sort of a, the same sort of differentiation between, immediate and removed. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
When this question came up on Bear Lake Road, we did some exploration, and someone from MPAC who was doing their normal check-in with us was able to answer that question a little bit. And then I followed up a little bit more, but again, on Bear Lake Road specifically. And they said, look, MPAC, it's a bit more complicated than this, but they said our assessments are based on market value. So if the way that your properties along a road are being marketed in real estate terms, if that changes because of something that has happened, and there is a trend to put market prices higher because of that change, then yes, that would be something that would trigger an MPAC reevaluation, but it wouldn't be a term change. It would be, so in the case of Bear Lake Road, if properties along Bear Lake Road were started to be marketed as 4-season properties because there's a plowed road all winter long, then those taxes, that tax rate might go up because it's being marketed as a plowed road. but nothing has changed from the municipal side to guarantee that. So it's more perception. Would you concur that's a fair statement?
Yes, I believe that is correct. I don't think by entering into the license, it's directly impacted, but in the purchaser's eyes, it would be valued higher, I would suspect.
Go ahead.
And I guess likewise, if they don't enter into the license of occupation, that could trigger a devaluation of the property
No.
on assessment.
Nothing.
Why would that happen? If they don't have a license of occupation, it's not registered against the property. And if they don't have the license of occupation, the improvements could very well be removed.
Well, I think because there's a change, like right now, the market is assessing them as having the implied right to be there with waterfront structures. And now we're removing that implied, even though the implied doesn't actually exist. But it's,
Is there anything that we can do about that?
I
mean,
don't know,
I
but
don't-
it's just a clarification for consideration.
Madam CAO.
My understanding is that it's to do with care and control of the property. So if we give them exclusive use through the license of occupation, my understanding is that it is likely that the assessment could go up because they have exclusive care and control of that property. Right now, they do not.
Where if that was removed, if there were the license of occupation wasn't in place, it would go the other way. So anything more about MPAC?
Yeah, and it does get back to their original question about whether some clarity accepted by everyone from the horse's mouth can be established and I take it might not be a great idea to bring MPAC in and have a meeting with them, but I do wonder if there is a way that we could request written clarity from MPAC that could be made available publicly to explain the differential, perhaps in general term, as a general class of properties, the differential between waterfront that has waterfront property and waterfront that is separate along the lines that Angie was referring to, where their own waterfront for all the regulatory reasons, but they don't actually own the waterfront itself. And to what degree is there a differential in taxation? If there is a way that one answer could be provided to satisfy everyone's needs, that would be perhaps a welcome thing.
Well, I know Sean has had conversations with MPAC and it's literally impossible for them to deal with every eventuality of properties, but if there could be some, would their taxation increase with a license of occupation? I wasn't exactly clear on what you were saying.
It's not, from me, it wasn't, would the taxation increase? For me, the question is more, what is the current differential? Because they argued this morning that they're paying almost exactly the same as a class of properties as waterfront property owners who own all the way down to their waterfront.
And it's our understanding that they do not.
And I hear otherwise from other people. So
From MPAC,
it
not
would
just
be-
from other people.
But I haven't heard it from MPAC. So is there some form of clarity, written clarity that we could provide for council's satisfaction and theirs? A central document.
You can comment. I've got to say, I believe that you've already received some clarity. I think that conversation has taken place, but if you want something in writing, we can request that.
We can get that information. I'm looking at Sarah because I know Sarah was the one that did the research for us before. So yes, we can get that. As far as, so it's a differentiation would be assessment, not taxation. Obviously, it's reflected, but and it wouldn't be the same across the board because each waterfront is different. So, but we have those answers.
So we could add that to the communication piece.
Yeah.
Okay, next point. You said 15. Oh, I've got Yes, I had a question about the Oxtongue Lake example, but I think we've got clarity on that now. I don't, with respect to number 13, there was a question about subsidizing these applicants, and I just cannot see, a rural property owner having to subsidize, this right to other people. So if anybody has anything else before number 15, I think that's where Councillor Richards was going next. Councillor Barry.
Just in regards to number 15. I'm not sure if I need the answer specifically for this number, but just clarification on what we had somewhat agreed on in regards to an annual fee, as well as what would be needed in place to have a second survey or another application. Would that be at the end of a certain term?
Another survey.
Well, I didn't really feel it was finalized or completely determined on when there would be another application. Is that only when the property change hands? Or is it after a certain amount of time?
Both.
Yeah, it was both. So if the property sells, then a new application would be required, or at the end of the 10-year agreement, then a new application would be required.
And I mean, if we land on, and we have landed, I think, on a 10-year term at this point in time, this is obviously going to be something that's under review. That if we determine it after 5 years, that, that the fee structure is different, or we want to do something, to reduce the fees, it doesn't say that we can't do that. Okay, you had a question about number 15 as well, or comment.
Well, we're there. Number 15 is talking about the fees, the annual fees specifically. Going from $100, I guess, discussed some years ago, to $500 that's on the table now. And they're questioning why the difference between then and now. And based on our previous conversation at our last meeting, we were going to determine what the costs were going to be to us, actually, if we're going to contract it out, or it looks like we're going to go in-house with this. What's our justification for $500 or $400, or like, I understand there's a service delivery view, and I think that's where you got the initial number. But why do we have to follow that service delivery review of $500 a year?
Because we've all agreed that we're going to try and do as much more as we can across the board. Now, I understand things are managed differently or handled differently from different municipalities, as far as, okay, we've all got licenses of occupation policies, but we don't all enforce it in the same way. But one thing that we have seemed to come to relatively good terms with is with respect to our fee structures for building and bylaw and planning. And in many ways, there's been a lot of work done. I mean, and the difference in the cost of everything between then and now. Now, whether it should be between 100 and 500 is not, I mean, I don't know. But that's the fee that was determined that would be cost recovery, to this point. Looking at different, I mean, assuming we looked at different factors, how much time that we've, it takes to, I mean, you could spend a heck of a lot of time on one application and not very much time on another. So you have to sort of work out like an average amount of time that it would take to process each application and make sure that we're recovering those costs, so that, that some, industrial property isn't paying part of the fees.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the application fee, we're talking about the annual fee. So once the application has been approved, put in place, now we have an annual fee.
That's just like rent.
What's it
It's just
covering?
like rent, the right to use, the continued right to use.
I understand, but what costs do we have to justify that 500 a year?
I'd have to go back to our administration. I mean, you've heard some responses to that about, trying to have the same kinds of fee structures across the board in the county. They didn't just pick the numbers out of the sky, but I guess I'm looking to Sean and Angie to. I mean, this seems to be coming back over and over and over again, where we're going to land with an annual fee. I believe we must have an annual fee that is reasonable. You don't get to use land or rent something for nothing. And we've got to come to some terms on this, on what you think is fair. We did agree the last time that we would look at this, because we weren't positive yet whether it could be handled in-house or whether we didn't know what the cost of it being a contracted out would be. So, I guess I'm looking for an ability for us to land somewhere that is fair and reasonable and will cover our costs. Sean?
So we have been investigating certain softwares to help with the administration of this, and there are costs associated with that. So any funds that we collect through the license program or policy would be to help fund that software, as well as any staff or administration requirements for each individual application as well. It's unknown at this time exactly how much staff time will be dedicated to all of these, or to the administration of this policy. I suspect a significant amount to begin with. But 10 years from now, once everything is up and running, it could be less. So that's why, we can investigate or review this policy continuously to make sure that the fees are in line with the cost that it takes to administer it. From our perspective and going through the service delivery review, $500 as an annual fee is a very reasonable amount for the exclusive use of
You need to
waterfront.
think in terms of $500 for the use of a piece of land for a year. Is that reasonable or not? Councillor Barry?
Sorry, can you just clarify, Sean? I have written down here that there's a change from 5 million to 2 million, and that there's a $2,500 application fee as well as a 750 application fee. Is the 750 captured within the 2,500?
No, that's for the legal fees. The 750 is the application fee. So they're two separate things. And the $2,500 is the maximum amount, is my understanding. That's to make sure that we're covering legal fees, but they will have whatever is unused returned to them. So if it only costs $350, they would get whatever the difference between 350 and 2,500 back.
But the application, the 750 would stay 750. That would not be a changed, that would be a fixed cost.
That's a fixed cost. One
And that,
time.
and the fixed cost in 10 years would be an additional 2,500 and an additional 750. Well,
Yeah.
well, again, the legal would be not fixed, but.
The process starts over again after 10 years. So yes, those fees would be collected again.
And we've got 10 years to review that.
And I'm just thinking if the property were to change hand, I'm thinking if someone passed away and it was inherited to your next generation or something like that, those fees would have to go with that change of hands as well before the 10 years, because those things don't necessarily happen in 10-year spans.
So if the property were to sell, we would need a new application because that agreement would have to be updated to reflect the new owner's names. So there would be legal costs with that, as well as I suppose the application fee may not be required at that time, but there would still be legal fees associated with that.
Transferring to the new title.
Mhm.
That's something I would like to see clarification on and possible, just like in writing in our public education component, because I do feel that's somewhat.
Gosh, I thought we'd made that clear, but I mean, sure. I mean, we can include as much information in the public information as.
An inheritance is different than a sale. So would that need to be specified?
Still a transfer
Still a
of title.
transfer.
It's still a transfer of title.
Okay.
I'm going to start calling you Counselor Dayu.
You go right ahead, honestly.
And that will not take away from the recognition that you are our deputy mayor, but you know, I go 2 days in a row. One day you're Counselor Dayu and the next day you're deputy mayor and I just,
Perfectly fine.
you're part of our council. Okay.
On the $500 annual fee, though, I have a couple of thoughts. One is it would be nice to keep it as close to cost recovery as possible. And I do wonder if we could do something like set it for a year at a certain amount, which gives us the time to review the actual costs on an ongoing basis. And then say within the first, in the policy, if it's accepted today, for the first year, it will be that it will be reviewed in 2 years' time, but with an upset limit of $500 or something like that, so that people know that we're not going to change it to $10,000 overnight, because there is clearly a fear that that's the sort of thing that we're going to be doing. But at the same time, we're showing that we're open to really reviewing those costs and setting it once we have all of the information in place. Because $500 over 10 years is $5,000. It is a lot of money. And while it is effectively renting or leasing a pocket of land, in a way, it's a service that people believed they were purchasing when, rightly or wrongly, when they bought the property many, many years ago. I have more sympathy than perhaps others on the fact that there was this understanding that the use of this property was acceptable at the time of purchase.
You know what, I have absolutely no issue with building into this document that we would review it after a 2-year period of time. With an upset limit, but I'm afraid of that upset limit. What if it costs us more?
I get that. So
where do you land on the upset limit?
So that's a very good question, because what I really want to avoid is setting off a ripple of a fear that we would make it whatever we choose to make it in just 2 years' time. And clearly we heard today that is a fear. So how could we address that?
Are you going to speak to that? Okay, go ahead. We just need to stick to one topic at a time, that's all.
It's my understanding that the majority of the work is going to be in that application fee. Once the application is done, the annual fee is what I feel is room for negotiation here. Now, I understand that we have concerns that may end up costing us more. So I think we need to nail down what we're doing on an annual basis that is causing us alarm that it may cost more, what that cloud software is actually capable of doing. Because I don't feel justified. I mean, I understand that the value of land, if we were private businesses renting out land, certainly $500 is nothing compared to what we should charge as a business, but we're not a business, we're a municipality. So I need to hear some justification for whether it's $500, $1,000 a year, $200 a year. I'm just not hearing anything that tells me why it should be any amount.
You have heard some rationale. I mean, maybe not broken down to the extent that you're looking for. Keep in mind that the software has an annual fee to it. And I mean, it hopefully will help us and reduce the cost. That's my hope. But there is that. It's not just, okay, we're going to have this software and it's going to help reduce the cost. The software costs money as well. Like I guess I'm looking to Sean and Angie to see if there's, you've heard the 500, how the $500 was chosen and why. And we are and have committed to trying to work with all the municipalities in the county to streamline things across the county when it comes to fees and services to the best that we can. It's part of it. It doesn't address the concern that you're raising. I agree. I mean, if we land at somewhere less, that's great, as long as we know that we are recovering our costs. And how we pin that down, I kind of liked what I heard from Jan that here's what we're gonna set it at for now. I don't care if you want to, I mean, it doesn't go along with the policy that we've agreed to, but you want to set it at $400 or whatever you want to set it at for now, and we review it in 2 years, as long as we are recovering the cost, because those that are not involved in waterfront property in any way, shape, or form should not be bearing any burden associated with this at all. And that's, if we can come to some breakdown, I think it might be hard to do right now, though. So we really start processing these and know exactly what it costs. Go ahead, Angie.
That's absolutely true. It would be difficult to break down at this stage, but I do know that you're absolutely right. There will be an annual cost for the software that we're going to be using. There'll be an annual, obviously, cost for the person or however council decides to administer this. So if there's wages involved, there'll be wages, benefits, all those things that are an annual cost. Those are a hard fee. And if council chooses not to have an admin fee or an annual fee, then that is on the backs of the rest of the ratepayers in the township. So whatever that fee looks like, even if it doesn't cover the whole cost, it will go towards that, is what my understanding of it was.
It's not different from the discussions that have taken place about the short-term rentals. That the fee structure is, we're trying to strike a fee structure that will cover the cost of administering and enforcing short-term rentals. And if none of us have short-term rentals, we shouldn't have to pay for the cost of administering short-term rentals, particularly when those people who have short-term rentals are, making considerable amounts of money doing it. It's if you want something done, you better come up with some suggestions about how we approach it.
I think that's maybe it shouldn't be, but I do see that as a different argument with short-term rentals versus this, because they are making a lot of money on it. But maybe I'm not looking at that from the right perspective either. But just on this one, I think the software cost was mentioned as 10,000 a year. We don't know how many properties are going to be on this. It is very hard to come up with a justifiable number. So I don't blame staff for not being able to do that at this point.
So what about Jen's
I
recommendation?
do like Jen's recommendation to an upset limit, because I don't think anybody would sign this if we didn't have some boundary. But the reverse is true as well. If they wouldn't sign it with some boundary, we can't expect ourselves to do so either. So, I think there has to be a floor and a ceiling to those upset limits.
Go ahead.
Just a small caution on the upset limit, just because I look at it it is township property that we are leasing, basically. No different than we lease a hangar. And we have a fees bylaw that sets out the fees for a hangar, and they're increased incrementally each year. And we don't have an upset limit on those. So just a caution, that's all, of setting that, because you don't want to get 10 years down the road and wish you hadn't done that.
It's, that is, a really, really good point that you make. When we talk about trying to develop something that's fair for everybody, you have to look at so many different aspects of things, and, that you can make a decision in one area and, all of a sudden somebody else is saying, well, wait a minute, what about us? So, did you have a comment there, Madam Clerk?
It's more of a question, and maybe Sean would be able to help with this. Currently in our fees bylaw, anyone that has a license of occupation now has to pay $500 renewal fee. So my thinking on that was they have to pay that. They're not necessarily, they don't have a license of occupation for across the road per se, but for the ones that do now, they're subject to that $500 renewal fee.
That's correct.
and the fee being in the bylaw now, and if it would be different for these people, then it's, why is it different for these people versus the people that are already entered into a license of occupation? And then the fluctuation would have to be adjusted each time in our fees bylaw, just a thought.
Thank you for that. I just want to make it clear for anyone who's listening, that if you think we're having these discussions because we don't understand what we're doing, I would just like to make it clear that what we're trying to do in every way possible is to make it fair, to deal with the concerns that we've heard and try and address them to the best that we can while remaining fair to everybody else. And I hopefully everybody agrees that that's the case. I mean, we really are trying hard to land somewhere to address some of the concerns. And I've got to say, some of the concerns I heard this morning were not valid or fair at all, but we're doing our absolute level best. So based on what we just heard from our clerk, what do you think about that dishwasher now?
Oh, you're not gonna like this one. So my thought is, we agreed that we talked about having it retroactive and not having it retroactive. And the fact is if we didn't have it retroactive, we still have the same liability. So we agreed as a council, everyone agreed that we would have it retroactive and that we would also reduce the liability from 5 million to 2 million. So
And
we
remove the requirement for a survey.
pending. Like we would remove the require, for most cases, the survey would not be necessary. My thought is, I don't know if you look at it as an incentive or what, but is there a chance that we could initiate the procedure going forward of having this license of occupation, that we waive the application fee, not the legal fee, because the legal fee is a cost, but waive the application fee for the first year to have people comply. So it's as a way of having people, sign up for the license of occupation, they would still have the insurance put in place. And then after a year, any new applications would be subject to the annual fee going forward,
So
or the application fee.
So they're paying the deposit for the legal fees.
Yep, the 2,500.
They're paying the annual fee.
Yep. And the 2 million.
And they're getting their liability insurance.
And we waive the application for the first year to have people come to initiate the process. And then after that, we have an application fee for going forward. So it's not really not retroactive, but it's sort of somewhere in the middle.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that's for someone who has existing improvements.
Yes.
That be the case.
Yes.
And new people going forward would pay the application fee because I can live with that. Councillor Shortreed, they've all got liquors.
With the 750 not cost recovery for the amount of work that Sean needs to do.
For the initial application.
Initial application. So if we waive that 750, then we're putting it on the backs of all the other taxpayers in the township. Because it will be the initial application will be the most work.
Councillor Richards.
I have two things on that. One, there is quite a bit of concern out there that they'll pay that 750 and their application will be denied for whatever reason, and that's money gone. So that would actually eliminate that concern. And two, we all agreed that the reason we wanted to do this retroactively is about liability to all the existing residents, whether they're on waterfront or not. So
we're still going retroactively.
Yes, but for them to not have to pay the application fee for the existing people that are already there, the rest of the township is gaining a benefit in reducing the liability.
But you're mixing two things because you're talking about it does reduce the liability, but you're talking about recovery of work required to put the agreement in place. So it's not apples to apples.
I wasn't trying to make a comparison, but you know, it's in the best interest of the municipality that we have this policy in place to protect all taxpayers from potential liability concerns.
That's part
So
of our, that's part of
everyone
our
is-
rationale for this.
Everyone is vested in this working. In order to, you know, help ease the situation, because we made that decision to go retroactively. It seems to me like a good compromise suggestion by Councillor Barry to do that.
Madam Clerk,
Just wanted to clarify, looking in the draft policy, that it states if the application is denied, half of the application fee will be refunded.
thank you for that clarification. Councillor Shortreed.
So then we can just refund the whole thing. I have no problem if an application is denied, which I really see.
That's not cost recovery.
No, I understand that, but I mean, they're trying to be fair to people. I don't see why anybody would be declined, but I mean, if they're afraid of being declined and we're gonna keep their money, I mean, it's not cost recovery, but I can't see hardly anybody being declined.
Deputy Mayor Councillor Dayu.
I like the idea very, very much, for the reason that Sabrina has suggested. Cost recovery is a very important piece, there's no question, but this is about a program for all of us in that we all have a vested interest in making this work. And it is one of those instances where if cost recovery for a limited time has to fall by the wayside in order to gain the overall benefit, I'm okay with that. There are other instances where that wouldn't necessarily make sense because it isn't a cross-community vested interest program, but this one is, and we want to see it work. And I also would, you know, in comparison with folks who have licenses of occupation for other reasons, and I'm sure Sean can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but my assumption is the majority have sought out a license of occupation in order to do a certain thing, knowing that there would be fees attached and yet deciding that they want to go ahead and try to get this done anyway. Whereas everyone so far who would fall into this category of properties have had this creep up behind them a little bit by surprise. Not that it should have been a surprise because we've been talking about it for years and it's been on, you know, we've all made this argument. The information has been available for years, but they did not enter into their property purchase knowing that this was going to happen on a go forward basis. So in a way, it's also recognizing these are new costs that they are not seeking in order to continue to avail themselves of a service that they did believe was theirs to avail.
Whose phone is doing that? Put it somewhere else, please.
So yes, in short, I like the idea.
Well, that's 3 out of 5. I don't. Oh. She's about to
I'm not voting.
change.
I just want a clarification for Sean's purpose. It's a $2,500 deposit, I get, but the waiving of $750 for a year, can I just get clarification on that? So I'm not quite sure. Does that mean that everyone for a year gets it's waived
Except for new applications.
except for new?
I think what it would do was not have quite so much cost all at once. That
Right.
ultimately you would pay the $750, but it wouldn't be like, oh, this is a huge hit all at once. For somebody who wants to go ahead right away. If
For
you
sure.
think,
And I understand that part. So the year goes by and then are we just to start charging $750 for previous one? Or was the understanding that everyone that would submit an application right now that has infrastructure on the Shoreline Road allowance across the road would be waived, the $750 would be waived. And only new applications are charged $750. We just need to sort that out. So
Counselor
we're
Barry.
clear.
So my thinking is that the 750 would be waived for the initial application, and then for going forward at a year, you would have your annual fee. And if you are a new
So-
property owner somewhere within there, then you have to pay the application fee.
Okay, so we just need to get agreement on that. Sean's,
So this is how I'm
Sean's about to
picturing it,
lose
and I
his
just want to
mind.
confirm. So say January 1st this year until December 31st of 2024. Anyone can apply for a license of occupation. We will waive the fee, the $750. But there's still the legal and the annual fee. Following
and insurance.
on January 1st, 2025, if somebody were to apply, we would charge $750 and
Yes,
everything else.
yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, this would be for the retroactive applications. So if someone is looking at this now and they've got a virgin shoreline and they want to go ahead and make improvements on it, they would still go for the still have to apply for that. There would be an application fee. This is just for folks who already have improvements to their.
And have been using the land for some time.
That's
and
right.
It's just,
So my thinking is.
see, you thought we were gonna.
I thought you'd shut it down for sure. And my thinking too is there's less issue of compliance because people are signing up. People are proceeding with the application or with the legal application fee. They're proving they have insurance and they're agreeing to pay their annual fee come a year from then
No, they pay the annual fee upfront.
upfront.
But yeah, I mean, I don't have an issue, with waiving the $750 for exact. I know that it is somewhat contrary because we're not recovering the cost of that initial, creation of that file. And that's contrary to, to what I've said for some time about what's fair to everyone else. But, if that's what everybody wants, I mean, I can certainly agree to it unless you can.
No, I
Some
guess,
incentive is not bad.
yeah, I guess I'm wondering about the fairness of someone who comes on January 1, 2025, that's been in the same situation as those ones that have applied the past year. I'm just
This is
wondering.
for the year one,
Yeah,
and anybody who comes to us with a new application after that pays the fee, whether they've taken all this time to finally, I don't want to say cave, but, decide to comply with our requirements. But it's somebody who's brand new
mhm.
and decides that they want to build something on the shore.
Yeah, that part.
That's definitely the $750 would apply.
Just further to Angie's idea train there. I'm thinking about, there's so many people out there that don't pay attention to anything, and it's so hard to get everything to everybody. So what do we do if somebody comes along 2 years from now and goes, well, I didn't know?
No, I mean, everybody
Like,
could
are
do
we
that.
going to, as a municipality, are we gonna contact the affected property owners? Do we know them all? To contact them to know who's gonna be subject to this?
Deputy Mayor Dayu, and then Councillor Shortreed.
I think the whole ignorance of the law is a justification for disrespecting the law is a really slippery slope and we wouldn't want to get down it. I would much prefer to put a whole hog effort into a strategic communication, which might include a notice in the tax bill. It might include any number of other things to really make sure that they have in front of them that information. I think a year is good because it does give folks to learn about these things. It also means that they can calculate, for our household, is it easier for us to apply now, knowing that there will be savings, or to apply in 2 years when we have saved more money, or 3 years, but 2 years, when we have saved more money And, but the cost will be greater. They will have the ability to calculate that on, you know, for what is best for their household. But then I think there's got to be another ceiling where if, you know, if it goes from a waived application fee for the first year and then full application from year 2, what happens at year 4, year 5? If people still aren't applying, at what point do we start cracking whips? Do fines start coming into place so that there is a known timeline for all of these financial implications for households?
Well, to me, there is a known, I mean, you're giving those with existing infrastructure a year, assuming that you put out all the information. If they have existing infrastructure and they haven't applied, there's going to reach a point where there's, you know, I mean, that the improvements are going to be gone. We're not going to be giving people 5 years to save up the money.
So would you kindly remind me, what is that point? What is
Well,
that?
to me, I think we'd already arrived at that point, like a year, they've got a year. And anybody after a year, the $750 applies.
Not the 750. I'm referring to beyond that. Say if someone, what is the point at which we would go in and start removing people's infrastructure? Surely it isn't 1st of January, 2025.
Well, from what I understand of the process, there would be a consultation that you know, our staff would go in and find out what the issue was and make a determination based on the circumstances. That I think it's hard to say that, you know, on June the 26th of, you know, 2025, we're going to go in and pull out everybody's dock because there's so many different circumstances involved. I mean, we've got another thing that we haven't talked about at all, and that's the second half of North Shore Road and how we're going to deal with that. That's a totally different circumstance, but, you know, let's keep it as simple as we can. And to me, Sean has made it clear, and I think it is our approach that we would like to see some ability to negotiate. Here's what my circumstances are, and Sean and or Greg, depending on who's involved, can come to some determination and can come to us and say, here's the deal.
I do rather like the idea of a 2-year onboarding, however, where the first year, anyone who applies in the first year gets the fee waived. Anyone who applies in the second year has to pay the application fee, but there's no negative consequences for waiting until the 11th month of the second year. Because for some people, this is a serious amount of money. They are going to have to think very long and hard about it. And then, I fully believe this is a lot of money for a lot of folk.
I'm not denying that at all, but they're using waterfront land. Waterfront land is worth a lot of money.
I don't.
And you know what, there's got to be a balance there somewhere that, you know, that.
This is the balance that I've got in my mind. I think
Well,
this is a
you've
good
taken
balance.
us to another step, though. I mean, it just seems like this is further complicating things. We kind of all agreed that we could, like the first year that we'd waive the fees. Now you're getting into year 2 that we're waiving the fees up
No,
until.
I'm not.
That's what I heard from you.
Then I'm not communicating sufficiently clear.
That's what I'm saying. It's you're complicating it somehow because I'm hearing you've gone into year 2 and waiving fees.
No.
Well, explain it then a little bit better for me.
People will want to know how long they have to legally onboard themselves to this program. Obviously, we can't let it extend for 15 years. But people are going to want to know, when is the rubber going to hit the road and we're going to start.
Well, you're not talking about paying fees at all. You're talking about when do we pull the pin?
Yes, that is what I've tried to say from the beginning, that there is another limit here, which is if from.
I see that as a different topic entirely, but we do have to decide.
But we do have to decide it.
Yeah.
And I do think it kind of falls within this channel of application fees and financial consequences for people. I think it's part of the same factoid on the FAQ drop-down menu. What is the timeline for doing this? And the timeline is year 1, no fee. Year 2, there's going to be a fee. And then at a certain point, the onboarding is supposed to end. And beyond that, you're going to have to start negotiating with the township or whatever is going to happen because you're not complying with local bylaw.
I see, I did see that as a totally different topic is where I got confused. I thought like, okay, how do the fees fit into this? You're right. And I'm not sure that we have actually heard at what point do we pull the pin? And I don't think every circumstance is the same. I think it would depend on. Let's hear from,
No, I think that's very reasonable. After the second year, then that's when, yeah, we would look at investigating removal of structures that are not in compliance with the policy. 2 years to enter into a license, that's very reasonable.
Angie.
I'm also wondering if a property is sold and there has been no license of occupation entered into, is that an opportunity in our zoning compliance letters that we provide that it's a requirement for them to purchase?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That's a good process.
Mhm.
Okay, I saw your hand up over here. So let's just be clear. We've agreed on waiving the first year and it being implemented the second year of 2 years before we actually go in and start removing structures. Councillor Richards. I didn't hear anybody say anything about that part.
On that point, at 2 years, I would hope, I think 2 years is reasonable. I agree with Sean. But I would hope that there would be consideration given to people who are, say, for some unknown reason at this point, there's some complication, they have been working with Sean or whatever has to be worked on, that, you know, we wouldn't just go in and pull their structures. They're working with us.
That's where the whole
Likewise,
negotiation in every
yeah.
case is.
Likewise, if somebody is making the application within their first year, but we're not able to approve that application within the first year, maybe because there's a dispute with the neighbor, who knows, that we wouldn't expect them to then pay the application fee because it runs into year 2,
No,
right? But we still haven't landed on the annual fee, so I don't want that to be forgotten.
Councillor Shortreed, and okay, so we're agreed on all of that except for the annual fee. I still think that we go back to your original recommendation about leaving it where it is for a 2-year period of time, have the upset limit and review it. We don't know exactly how much it's going to cost and we probably shouldn't, given the decision that we just made on waiving the initial application fee. We want to make sure that we are in a cost recovery position until we know for sure that it's less. Councillor Shortreed.
I'm good with that 2-year plan. I'd like to see in your tax newsletter something big and beautiful and bold so that everybody gets it. They might not read it, but they'll get it.
Might have to put another full sheet of paper in the tax notices this next year.
I guess that goes to also, when does council want to begin implementing? Because there are some, obviously some things that we're up against as far as our software. Our tax bill doesn't go out until February. So that's another consideration.
We haven't gotten through the questions, the Q&As yet. That's definitely, I mean, that's the final determination in my mind is when we implement it. Like if we're, well, I think there may be some changes required to the bylaw or the policy. So we're all agreed where we're at so far. Okay. Next question or concern on the questions. Councillor Richards.
I'm down at 25, so if you had
Okay, hang
something.
on. I gotta wake my computer up. I'm at 25. Go ahead.
I mean, I think the answer here is obvious. But really, I think the intent behind this question is about trust. And that obviously some folks are not trusting staff and they're not trusting council. And I'm not sure that there's really a lot that we can do about that, but I don't think that any member of staff or council is doing this to harm anybody or target anybody. Nobody wants to go about their day that way. So I think, you know, further to our strategic planning, we all know we've got to talk about communications there. And we got to remember that we need to regain trust in the community. Trust in all levels of government, I think, is something that needs to be regained. It's not just us alone.
That's a big task.
But, you know, I think we should really put some effort into coming up with some way to embrace these folks and some way to.
This is
you
a
know.
two-way street, though. I mean,
It
there's a lot
is.
of people in this municipality. That's like some, you know, there's a group of people who don't like something, and, you know, and I'm going back to another issue entirely that was countywide, and there was 400 people saying, we think this must happen this way. You're not treating us right. And I, you know, and my response was, but there's 17,000 people that this could impact in the county. So, I mean, at what point do you just sort of, you know, that there's certain people that are never going to agree with you. They're never going to trust you. We're really trying, I see that, you know, that this has taken as long as it has because we're trying our hardest to land somewhere that's fair for everyone. We're trying to look at every circumstance. We're never going to address them all, ever. I mean, I agree that communications is a big thing and we need to really do a bang up job of trying to give all the information we possibly can. But, you know, to answer number 25, there's going to have to be some reliance. We've been loud and clear to say, look, you know, we're going to take people's circumstances into consideration. We're not going to come down with a hammer. And the only way for us to gain the trust is to prove that by our actions going forward, not just in saying it, but showing them that, you know, this is, and I think we're trying to show them that now. Councillor Dayu.
I agree with that, all of it, but I would also assume that the answer to the first question on 25, will some people be excluded from the lease offered due to prior disputes with the township?
Well, the answer was
Presumably
no.
The answer is no.
The
It's just a
answer's been
flat no.
Clearly been no.
Yeah, so the, you know, indeed, we've got to build trust, indeed, communication, but that one is just no.
Totally. And absolutely, you know, it's a go forward thing. And we are trusting everyone else as well as they have to trust us. Anything else on 25? Next, I'm going right down to 42 from 25. 29.
So this is about the existing property lot lines to be projected to the lake. And we often get into issues when they can't be parallel lot lines and there has to be variation. And
Straight line projections, you mean? As
yeah,
opposed to-
when it can't be straight line projections, I have to insist that we try to come up with some kind of guidelines here. We keep running into this one. Neighbors are just not willing to get along with each other. And, you know, I don't want to get into a lot of property neighborly disputes, but on this particular one, if we could have some guidelines as to what surveyors could expect to project lines into the lake when it can't be parallel to the lot line, I think we need to get that done.
That was kind of a double-edged comment there when you got surveyors mixed in with with us resolving neighborhood disputes.
Well, yeah, we don't want to resolve
You
neighborhood
can insist, I can
disputes.
tell you, you can insist all you like, but this is a 5-person body.
I know, but I'm just gonna keep insisting until we do. Because because it's a problem. I mean, if my neighbor wants to be mean and just not agree, no matter what I say or what I try to make fair to them, when it comes to where the lot line should be into the lake, we have to have some way of there being a final determination there.
Well, I mean,
You
in
know.
in the past, we have made the final determination of where that lot line is and will be.
At a
As far
very,
as us entering into, extended negotiations between neighboring neighbors, like you're asking for a world of hurt for everybody involved. And I would look to a comment from our CAO on that, as well as our
Well, I think
Planner.
council certainly has heard me a number of times on this one where you're right, it's a dangerous road to go down to try and mediate the disputes between neighbors on the lot line projections. And we can try and provide guidelines, but they're not the same for every time. And that's where it becomes difficult. And so I would advise against that. Certainly council can obviously direct however you wish, but I would, again, I'll provide the caution on it.
And we have had legal advice advising against that as well, and many times.
I think one of the reasons that has been raised in the past is that if there isn't an agreement and we draw a line, then invariably we're going to be taken to a land tribunal at our expense. And then
Everyone's expense.
everyone is going to, well, yes, then everyone is going to have to pay for that to be resolved. And it's in the best interest of the community for the resolution to happen without all of us having to go to a land tribunal and deal with it there. I think that was one of the key ones, because they can be really expensive ordeals.
Well, maybe in this circumstance, given that it's our land in determining where that line should be,
But we do that.
you
We
know,
do that. And it still does not always resolve the dispute.
but
We've
Why
done that,
should
and
I
we've done that
lose
a number
out?
of times.
why should I lose out on being able to either have a license of occupation or buy my shoreline because my neighbor will not agree?
That's where Sean, sorry.
Just based on past experience with situations like this, it's very hard to establish any sort of guidelines. Each situation is very unique. So I would struggle to come up with any sort of generic enough guidelines to help come to some sort of resolution to these disputes. And it's not in the township's best interest to involve themselves in those disputes and establish that lot line. It's really up to the neighbors to come to something that's reasonable between all the parties involved to bring that to council for consideration. That would be my strong recommendation.
Councillor Dayu.
Is it not possible to insist on adjudication? Can we just insist that an adjudicator be found for a half-day session or whatever, like almost couples counseling, and a resolution be formed through that adjudication?
It's something that could be investigated, I suppose. It's not something I'm familiar with ever being proposed or put forward.
So we would have like a list of, say, adjudicators that they could contact. Like, I mean, I don't want to say an adjudicator because that gets us into another awkward situation, but that's something we'd have to investigate. Councillor Barry.
Is it ever a case of you have the survey, you have the lot line projections that we agree on, and it's like this is what is being agreed upon, and take it or leave it? Like, can you not just have it set out that this is what
Well, we have done that and we've had different levels of success with that process.
I'd like to almost start with that.
Well, that's what we
Yeah.
do. If they can't agree, I
Yeah.
mean, we finally have said, okay, here's the line. And if they can't agree on that, then it's like sort it out. Sean?
So these will all be based on straight line projections of lot lines. It's only in irregular lot line projections where it would become an issue.
And I know that, that there has been some concern voiced about, well, I've got, 60 meters of frontage and they've got 200 meters of frontage, and how come? That's not something that we can ever resolve. It's just, but it's still straight line projections. Okay. Councillor Richards.
So just to clarify then, if they're in an area where we can't use the parallel lot line projection, they've made the application, their neighbor is being difficult and just doesn't want to agree, we're not going to make them remove their structures because their neighbor's being difficult.
That's one of those things that, I mean, it's a situation that needs to be negotiated. We would ultimately probably come up with all right, if you can't agree on a lot line, we'll say where the lot line's going to be. And in the meantime, yeah, no, I don't see us, we've already talked about, how much time we're giving people to act or to act or not act before we actually pull a pin on them. I can't see us going in and tearing things out, but I'm seeing Angie and Sean.
I think it needs to be clear here though, too, that the neighbor can't just say no. No, because I don't like you, or no, because whatever. There has to be, no, I don't like that lot line extension because it affects my dog, or it impedes my whatever. You can't say no because you don't like the person. And so it would definitely have to be based on the reasoning.
Sean first.
Okay.
And with these applications, they're going to be coming to council for approval. So, for example, if there is a dispute and the applicant still wants their application to go forward and the staff recommendation is to deny it based on that reason, I mean, they have the opportunity to put forward their justification for going forward with the application, just as the neighbor would have the opportunity to put forward their comments on why it shouldn't be proceeding, and council can weigh both of those and make a decision based on that as well.
Which is a form of adjudication.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess the reason that I'm holding on this is because we have seen it happen where a neighbor wants to disagree.
Careful.
Even where there's reason, but it's not reason, like it could be reason, like you mentioned, that it's for nothing. They just don't want to agree. So in those circumstances where we've said we need to have the neighbor support, would we ignore the fact that they don't have the neighbor support because it's not for a good enough reason?
Sean, and then Councillor Dayu.
We have to evaluate each application individually. It's very hard to get into the weeds at this level and try and determine what would be reasonable grounds to object to a proposal that's being put forward. It really is going to be a case by case basis with these. I don't anticipate it's going to be something that comes up frequently, just like shore road allowance closing applications. I mean, that's one of our most popular applications we receive, and there are some that are disputed, and those are dealt with on a case by case basis, just as these will. 99% of them, I think, will go forward without any issue.
Yeah, and I think we need to try as hard as we can to, keep this as simple as possible without, complicating it too much. Go ahead.
And for as much as I wish it were otherwise, I don't think there's any way we could resolve those concerns around this table today, because they are precisely the concerns that we've been working on for shore road allowance closing applications where there has been a dispute. And we have, each of us, lost hair over some of these applications over the years, where it is so hard to figure out what to do. So the possibility of us resolving that now, when it's a question we've had for, I don't know, a decade or more, in a way, this just folds into the parcel of exceptional, as Sean was saying, those exceptional, regrettable circumstances which don't have a clear solution. But I don't believe we'll find a policy solution today that we haven't already brainstormed in years past.
Next item.
Can you,
Next. the
sorry,
number.
number 33.
23 or 30?
33. I think there's some confusion out there about what rights are carried with deeded access versus, actually owning the land and this. So I'm wondering if we could help provide maybe some more legal definitions into that, as what rights do you get because you have deeded access?
So if a person has deeded access, it would be over private property and not township land. So it would likely be whoever has the actual property that this person has deeded access over would be able to purchase the shore road allowance. But just because they have deeded access over someone's property wouldn't entitle them to being able to enter into a license of occupation. It's not a situation that would come up frequently at all, I expect.
Yeah, so what I'm concerned about are people who they're not immediately on the water, but they have deeded access from, say, around the corner. And if we're giving people exclusive use of the land in front of their property, where do we fill in those people?
So if they have deeded access to the water, they're crossing private property to the water. So this policy would likely, I can't see why this policy would apply.
Angie.
In my view, I would see that as whomever owns the property that the deeded access is over would obtain the license. Well, they would be able to purchase, actually. So there would be no license involved.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this, to me, in this case, what we need to do is just ensure that there's an adequate explanation so that they understand what deeded access means and where it applies. Sean?
And that's why I've tried to make it as clear as I can in my answer. If you think you have deeded access, reach out to me. It'll be an easy phone call for us to have and figure out if you would be subject to this policy or not.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of they're around the corner and they have deeded access to the lake, but there's a road along the lake. So they may have deeded access over that property, but now that property, we're giving them a license of occupation to that's supposed to be exclusive use. So how does their person behind get now to use that land too? It's complicated and it may be just a case by case basis, but if we can explain that somehow to people.
I would need a lot more information on a specific property to look into it.
Because in most cases, deeded access is across property that is privately owned, not across municipal land. So it's, as Sean said, it's a case by case basis. Like, give him a phone call and he can sort it out. Councillor Barry.
Not to overdo that point, but in that case, they could be in a situation where they wouldn't be qualified for a license of occupation, but they might be in a situation where they could then purchase the shore road allowance. Possibly?
No.
Okay.
Next item, did anybody, I'm assuming that nobody else has any issues on items that are listed here between, where Councillor Richards is taking us and just to speak up. Okay, so far, not for me either. Next,
Down to number 36. It's not that I have any problem with your answer here, because I know we're not going to do anything to people who are directly on the waterfront at this point, whether they own the shoreline or not. But I'm wondering, would we consider a difference between somebody who's doesn't have any stairs, decks, struck sheds, nothing. All they have is a floating dock, not a crib dock, not a permanent dock, a floating dock that's put in June, taken out in September. And it's just tied to the shoreline. They have no permanent structures there whatsoever. Will this policy have to be there for them? Because we don't do that on people who are on waterfront that don't own the shoreline.
go ahead, John.
So the legal opinion that we've been provided suggests where there's a municipal road on the road allowance, it's the municipality's duty to be under care and control of that land, all the land, the entire road allowance, not just the traveled portion. So any private structure, regardless if it's floating or permanent, would still carry the same amount of risk. If it's just a shore road allowance without a municipal road on it, it's not reasonable for the township to be under the care and control of that land. So there's not the same level of liability exposure to the township.
So just to clarify that, in April, where the high water mark is not where it is in June when they put the dock in. It would actually be beyond the high water mark at that point. So because it's beyond the high water mark at that point, would they need to have a license of occupation?
So the high water mark is a regulated level, so it could be below the actual water level of that day or above it, depending on when the structure is installed, but it is a fixed point, the regulated high water mark. So if that structure is touching it or above it, it would be subject to this license.
So your answer then is no, once it's beyond the high water mark, they don't need the license.
If it's not physically touching the land above the high water mark, the requirement for a license, it's not something we would be looking for.
Right.
Next item.
Sorry, just to add to that though, that person would not have the exclusive use of the land in front of that property.
Or be able to build anything else on it.
Correct.
That's it. Sorry, Councillor Dayu.
I have one at 47. I don't know if anyone has anything before that.
Still. I did, but they've been answered.
47, I purchased my property 5 years ago, and the infrastructure that currently is there was there on purchase. I did not install this infrastructure. If I opt out of the agreement, will I have to remove it or have it removed? I presume that has something to do with whether that infrastructure is theirs as per the chattel's list of the real estate purchase. If they own that infrastructure, then they own the infrastructure. But if it's just been abandoned and they don't use it and they don't own it, then they wouldn't have to have it removed because it's not their land and they didn't put it on. Is that a fair guess?
So it would be, if they have no intent of using that infrastructure, they wouldn't be they wouldn't have to apply for the license. They are not interested in obtaining that. They, being the directly adjacent property owner, would be the ones contacted to, as part of the process, to see if they want to enter into the license. If their answer is no, then that infrastructure would be removed when it comes time.
You're assuming though that they're not using the infrastructure. But if they are using the infrastructure, then they would be responsible. Go ahead.
But if it is their infrastructure as per their chattels list, when they purchase the property, then we would still look to them to remove their stuff from the land because it is.
If they opt
theirs.
out.
If they opt out, yes. Just in direct answer to the question.
Yeah, I think they would be the first ones to be responsible for removing it. And if they were not interested in doing that, then we would have to do that.
Yeah, and if it wasn't part of their chattels list, then it isn't theirs to have to pay for removal. So presumably we would pay to have that removed.
I think that would be at the discretion of council. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that gets us through the questions and answers. And you know, there's some action that has resulted from that. Some of which will have to come back to us and some of which will take some time. I guess it's not something that we're going to implement today because we have some changes to make, but we do need to talk about implementation time. Even if we were to adopt the policy as it's written today, there has to be an implementation time and you know, so we need to figure out what's fair. We need to put things in place. And I'm looking for thoughts on that. Councillor Dayu, then Councillor Barry, then Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I mean, I would be fully at the ear of staff and what is reasonable, what can be done, and we'll do that. I think that it has to be driven by what's practical. Sooner rather than later, now that we have the various grace periods agreed, I feel comfortable starting it up whenever. And then, of course, we need to get back to the $500 fee and the upset limit and all of that sort of thing after that.
I could have sworn we agreed to that. Yeah.
I don't believe an upset limit was established.
Okay. You know what? It's been a long day and a somewhat challenging one. And I still, you know, we still have not had an opportunity to review and consider what we have had submitted to us today, although I don't believe that any of what we heard today will change any of the thinking and decision making. I think we've heard that, considered it. Okay. We need two things to decide now. Let's hear it. And I think we need to try and be definitive here. From staff's perspective, what do you see as timing for implementation?
These changes are fairly minor, short of getting the additional legal clarification and the clarification from MPAC. The rest of the changes I could have done for not the next October meeting, but the November meeting. I could bring something back.
Okay. And as far as implementation,
I would suggest January 1st.
what's everybody think about January 1st? This, I mean, we've given grace periods. It allows us some time to prepare. It also gives those people who want to start working on this and, you know, working on getting things in place, they can start to do that. Councillor Barry.
I support staff's recommendation. My one question would be in regards to removing chattels or infrastructure, do we have to be cognizant of spawning?
Good question.
My apologies, I didn't hear the last part.
Spawning, do we have to consider spawning
Oh.
times?
Yes, if it comes to the removal of infrastructure, there'll be an involved process with that. We wouldn't just go in and start removing things. But yeah, no, that's a fair consideration for sure.
Thank you. Implementation.
I'm sorry, I have one question about the policy itself that wasn't a part of the questions. And that is, Can you explain to me why it's necessary for the legal fees and why it needs to be registered to the property? As opposed to just, you know, a license to the property owner that's not registered to the property.
I think it's very important that it be registered to the property, so it's very clearly established that this is agreement that's registered on title. That's where it lives with the registry office, so it's attached to the property physically.
And the owner and their ability to use the property.
Yeah.
But I'm not hearing why. A good idea, but why? Like what benefit is there to it?
So it's physically attached to the property.
But what, is there a reason? Like,
Counselor Shortreed.
I'm sure that in the eyes of their insurance, they want to have that. The insurance companies will want to have some proof that it is theirs to use. They're not just gonna do it on a.
Registered against the title.
Right?
We've got legal advice on this. I'm not prepared to go back and revisit this. And, you know, we've sought advice and it's legal advice. And I think that we'd best adhere to it. I think that's taking a giant step back about why we're doing that. We're at implementation. And then we've got one other issue to resolve. I'm hearing January the 1st from other members of council.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I'd just like to see some of the answers and clarity come back on other things before I made that decision. Not that it'll be a huge impact, but just for me,
Answers and clarity.
that's the way I prefer.
Answers and clarity on what? We've gone through every item here.
If they
and we've
don't have
agreed.
exclusive use of the land, that changes a lot on this for me.
Well, that's one thing that we'll have prior to the implementation date that Sean has just advised when he can give us that information. Sean,
And sorry, just to speak to that point, depending on what they say, even if they don't, for some reason, have the exclusive use, which is my understanding they would, but for some reason, if they don't, it would still be my recommendation to move forward with the policy. The risk is still there. There's still, but we can cross that bridge once we have that opinion. I just don't see how it impacts the requirement for this policy. It's still going to be a risk to the township. It's still something that would need to be implemented.
okay, so I'm hearing from you that you're not opposed to January the 1st. We'll see what comes back to us in the next report. At this point in time, though, I'm hearing January the 1st as an implementation date is a recommendation from council. Concurrence? Okay. So finally, the upset limit. We agreed to a 2-year review period on the annual fee. We've had a recommendation of $500 for a variety of reasons. Sean.
And yeah, with the upset limit, I'm also struggling with that because the agreement, it's for a term of 10 years. So I don't want to have the perception out that we're going to be changing the annual fee every year. I think if a person commits to a 10-year agreement, then we're committing to the annual fee for that term. So I'm not sure how to address that annual fee and adjusting it. We would adjust it after the 10 years, depending on what it actually comes back as the administration costs. But it's not something we're going to be adjusting every year.
Well, that's kind of not what I heard. What I was hearing was that we would, you know, assuming we started at $500, that's the annual fee, that we would, after 2 years of you know, working with this system, we look at it again one time and we can then better determine what our actual, you know, as Councillor Richards had said, like, I need to have a clearer idea of whether this is really the right fee we should be charging, that we would make that adjustment in 2 years' time for the remainder of the agreement. Not that we would look at this every year and that we would change the fee every year like that. That just becomes, I mean, it just is so go so against our fees and services policies that we've got. Go ahead.
Well, maybe upset limit isn't the right term. Maybe it's something like the annual fee is set at $500 for the duration annually for the duration of the lease. After 2 years, it will be revised with the intention of seeing whether it can be lowered to reflect better actual costs. And if it can't be, it can't be, but there will be that review to make sure that that 500 is a fair amount.
But that's what I just said.
But yes, but I guess I was trying to find some language in there. Yeah.
Councillor Richards.
So we wouldn't increase it beyond, say, 500 if that's the amount we determine.
If you are agreed to, see, there's the problem. What if we find out that it's more than $500? And that there's my problem with the upset limit even.
Well, both
Sean.
ways.
So perhaps that's it. It's anyone who enters into a license in the first 2 years. It's not going to increase during that 10-year term. It could potentially be reduced. But if it's discovered, it's actually much more to administer this policy. Again, those who have already entered into it would be locked in at the
Secure
500.
for the
Any
10
new
years.
applicants after the 2 years may be subject to a higher annual fee. And then once those original ones are due to renew after 10 years, then they could be subject to higher fees. Again, that's only if it's determined that it's much more than the 500.
That sounds reasonable. You're locked in for a period of time, but if it's determined after the 2 years that it could be reduced. Go ahead.
And would those 2 years be years in which you would also be able to look at whether we really need proprietary software to manage this, or whether, that has maybe a really big fee, or whether it's something that can be dealt with more simply?
It's something we will look at for sure. From my research, there's a great benefit to having that software to manage these and make sure that we're receiving complete applications with all the required information. As well as then it's tied to individual properties. So we'll see information on building permits, previous planning applications and such. So it's really, in my eyes, at least I see it being a great benefit.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll certainly keep that in mind.
To me, a review period, this is a new thing for us, for everybody. And a review period after 2 years is not just going to look at the fees. It's going to look at the program and how it's working, and certain things will remain in place, and, we may be able to make some changes. Okay, so we, at this point in time, we would receive Sean's report and look forward to an amended version and updated information being brought back to us. Basically, is that what your resolutions on November the 2nd? Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, the council receives report PO 11323 submitted by Sean O'Callahan and dated October 5th, 2023 regarding license of occupation policy, and the council directs the policy be brought back to its November 2nd, 2023 regular meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a proposed shore road allowance closing.
Yes, I believe this is the file everyone's been anticipating today. This is a shore road allowance application for a property on Botchkong Lake. It is a developed lot and they are looking to close the shore road allowance. Really nothing of particular note, and would suggest it proceed through the regular process.
Questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the application? Councillors Dayu and Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the council receives report PL 11423 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 12, concession 5, geographic township of Stanhope, Botchkong Lake, And the council approves in principle application OSRA 1923 made to stop up, close, and convey the said shoreline road allowance, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is another application for shore road allowance closing.
Yes, another application. This property is on Cushog Lake. It is currently being developed. And again, nothing of particular note and would suggest it proceed through the regular process.
Questions? Councillor Dave? Like to move to accept. Okay, seconder, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry, be it resolved, council receives report PL 11523 regarding proposed road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 5, concession 2, geographic township of Stanhope, Cushog Lake. And the council approves in principle application OSRA 2023 made to stop up, close, and convey the said shoreline road allowance, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, this one should be fun. Correspondence from the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs and Housing. Seeking our top choices for their task force recommendations. I don't know how many times I went through this list of recommendations and, you know, it just about made me want to pull up my hair. I ended up with 6 rather than 4. I was kind of hoping that we could cross-reference any choices that we made and hopefully land at 4. Councillor Dayu.
I just have difficulty with this process, because in order to pick 4 or 5, we're not saying that the others are not relevant or shouldn't be implemented. And almost certainly they are not going to tabulate everyone's responses and then pick the 4 or 5 that come up as the top. I honestly don't really see the value in making this response.
Do you know how much time I spent going through these recommendations?
I support the mayor's recommendations.
Did you have specific recommendations to make?
A little bit. I'd like to possibly recommend removal of some of these.
That's what they're asking.
I know.
And some of them are not relative to us at all.
Right. But the one thing that I really do support is modernizing the building.
Just tell me the number.
Number 3B. Modernization of the building code, but not just about single staircase construction. About other methods of waste disposal, such as the whole home incinerators and alternatives to septic.
Is that included in 3B?
It-
Or do you add it?
Examples don't include it, but it's modernization of the building code. I do think it needs a lot of updating to new green construction. So I don't know how we can just simply state that or not.
I would want to have a recommendation from our CBO on that. Go ahead.
And that particular one is specific to removal of barriers to affordable construction, so.
Which,
I'm not sure.
which is in line, like with, you know, the fact that we're not on municipal sewage. And the barriers that we have. In following the building code and our topography. It's just not explicitly said there, so I'm not sure if it can be added or how we go about doing that.
I don't think that we can change them. I mean, it's either you are recommending that as one. It's not one that I chose, but did you have that on, would you have had that on your list?
It was not. Sorry, it was not one that I had checked off.
So my next one was number 6. Anybody pick number 6?
I had number 6.
I had number 6.
Oh, there's one. What's the next one you had, John?
14.
Anybody else have 14? What is number 14?
the exemption of site plan approval for 10 units or less.
Really?
It's one that's already currently in place.
Number 14. Will council accept our planner's recommendation in your next one?
It was number 40.
I had number 40.
I had number 40 as well.
Oh,
Bingo.
number 40 is the third of 4. And your next one?
73.
Oh, I had number 73.
First I heard of that. It seemed interesting. So, yeah.
Anybody else pick 73? Well, there's our 4.
Perfect.
Thank you. I tried to. Hey, you're the one who said that you didn't want to even go here.
So we're saying sell crown land and reoccupy as a tenant in a higher density building or relocate services outside of major population centers where land is considerably less expensive. So we're saying one of our priorities is to have more crown land sold. I have to disagree. I disagree.
Well, you've got 3 people who are,
We really think that that's our top recommendation is to sell crown land.
it was one of my 6.
Wow, I fully disagree.
What if it's selling it to us? We need some. That's why
we're being told that we can change these recommendations.
I see your point. It depends where it is. Certain places like where we are, where 80% is crown land, we need some of it. Versus say Dysart, where it's the opposite, only 20% is crown land. You know, I see your point. I really, really do, because we don't want to lose all of it, but we do need some of it. Especially here, we really need it.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm sorry, may I respond? I really do appreciate that, but my fear is that this just opens the door for sale of crown land without any of the specific consideration as to what pieces of crown land would not devastate local environments if it were to be sold off for development purposes. It's a really complicated one.
Okay, I mean, we've had 3 people say that number 73 was one of their choices. Does any one of the 3 want to change their mind based on what Councillor Dayu has said? I don't.
All right, so
I mean, I do have other ones. I went over the.
I have
list,
one
so,
other one as
yeah,
well.
It's
And-
not, it was the lowest on my list, so.
and I have a couple too. I mean, I don't know why the process would be just, I'm not sure I understand if this is a consensus process, to be honest.
When 3 out of 5 people agree, then to me, that's we've reached a decision.
Based on, but we haven't heard any of the other recommendations from other people to decide between.
I'm just about at the end of my rope today. I've got to say, I found this an extremely difficult thing to go through. I spent a lot of time looking at it. I made my choices. You said that you didn't even want to entertain this discussion, and now you're trying to make us change our mind. I had only one other one that I could choose as a choice. I mean, we sort of, it's a democratic process. When 3 out of 5 say, yep, I agree with that one. I used the same argument with Councillor Richards a while ago when she said I adamantly must insist on this, and she was not in the majority. And that's, to me, that's the fair way for it to work. So if you haven't, by your arguments, changed anyone else's mind on it, well, maybe Sean. I'm not quite sure. We need to land somewhere on this, and I'm not ready to spend the rest of the day arguing about it. Number 18.
May I tell you mine?
Kirby,
May I tell you mine?
by all means, let's start all over again.
I am not suggesting we start all over again.
Well, we are, if we're looking at looking at different choices, that shuffles the mix. It changes
Number 49, funding for pilot projects that create innovative pathways to home ownership for Black, Indigenous and marginalized people and first generation homeowners. I think that's a great idea. It's not consensus based if we're only looking at a few things and voting on a few things.
Well, that's what I said, like, what are people's choices? That's what we asked for, and where we agreed to me, yeah, I agree. So, I mean, we need to somehow pare down from however many we chose to 4. That's a problem. And, you're now bringing us back into the mix with different arguments. It has a balance. Okay, where do we balance that against something else? I don't see that as one of my 4 top priorities. But the other members of council can say whether they do or not.
Okay. Fine.
I had
Councillor Richards.
everything from 40 to 43 marked off, so I'm good with any of that.
Everything from 40 to 43.
Yeah.
I guess my question was, how do you balance what Councillor Dayu is recommending against the choices we've already made? And are you willing to change your mind?
Well, it's hard to say because, one of my big things is really the building code and modernizing it to include new technologies that are greener and very important to us in this topography. But I'm not able to spell that out in this answer. To me, that's the most important thing for us on this whole thing.
I don't
But
disagree with you.
likewise, okay, I absolutely see her perspective on Crown land. I don't want all of it to be wide open doors and open for sale, but we desperately need some of it. So
And that's the
I
problem
don't
with the way that-
define what we actually want in our answers as to what's important.
That's the
what I'm trying
problem
to
with the
say.
way these are posed to us, that
Yes.
they're, yeah, I
Right.
like that, but.
Yeah. And that's the problem with answering this entire thing. So
Well, maybe we should go with Councillor Dayu's recommendation in the first place,
sure.
that we don't respond.
Well, not requested and not always or ever particularly productive. We could simply think through and submit our thoughts on the issues that matter most to us, such as that one. Circulated as a point of correspondence to 444 municipalities and just make a statement on what we think is appropriate, just like so many other municipalities do on issues that they think is appropriate. Because indeed, those nuances will never be incorporated in here, neither will the nuances of Crown land. And I'm not saying that we do that today, I'm saying that for,
I don't know what the
always an option.
timeline is on this, which is, something that concerned me. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, they want answers to their specific points. I mean, I personally, I don't think this is fair. The whole thing, I don't think is fair. I really struggled with it. I actually tried to ignore it for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I must admit, it's very odd the way that they've structured this to come up with the top 5 of a list of 70 some odd recommendations. One being as broad as set a goal of building 1.5 million new homes in 10 years versus the selling of Crown land and altering the building code.
And I totally agree with, the comment that you made about modernizing the building code. And I don't disagree with the point that you made, as taking priority in your mind. I get that. It would not be one of my priorities, but I hear where you're coming from. I just think that this whole process is extremely challenging and we don't have time to do, what you last recommended to do. So to me, it's maybe we just don't respond. That's what Julie's answers are.
I feel we put more energy into tangible, and we put more energy into tangible discussions earlier this afternoon.
I do too. Leave it or carry on.
I don't believe this is a productive exercise, so I do think we should leave it.
Okay. So that would suggest we do need a resolution, right? What have you got there? Could I have a mover and a seconder to that? Councillor Shortreed and Barry?
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations report for information.
All in favor? I have to say, when I first looked at that, I thought that it was just completely unfair. Mr. O'Callahan, I would seriously like to thank you for your time and patience and consideration today. It's much appreciated. External boards and agencies. Have we heard anything from anything new and exciting from the Dorset Partnership?
The hub and the partnership are currently tossing around dates for the next meeting, so I should know shortly.
Okay, so nothing new. Anything on the Upper Trent Water Management Council? Or the Muskoka Watershed Council?
Nothing on Upper Trent, no planned meetings. Guess you'll have to ask Mayor Carter about that. Muskoka Watershed Council. They had their report card issued, as mentioned in our last meeting, and there was a meeting thereafter. Really the meeting focused on that. It was a really brief meeting, actually. They focused on that they released the report card. They're trying to form a subcommittee for educational efforts to get that report card out to the community, to get the communities to be aware of the report card and its recommendations. So they're looking for volunteers to help with that and ideas and initiatives to get that message out there.
Thank you. There has been no official meeting of the CPAC group, but next week, the four mayors have been invited to participate in choosing our new detachment commander, which is to me an important step in a cooperative working relationship with the police, which I'm really tickled about. Anything from the library board? That your microphone's not on, but yeah, I think I did pass that on. Yeah, at the last meeting.
No, nothing further to that, nothing further.
On the community safety and well-being plan, thank you for, having included the link that report was really, really super.
It was super and it's thorough and it gives a good history of the project, and I can't add anything further to what's in it, frankly. A lot of good things continue to happen. And the general spirit of the project is very well outlined in the link.
I've got to say, I definitely think that we picked the perfect person to guide this process. I know that there are some different schools of thought on how complicated it is and how many people are involved, but overall, it really is an excellent document, and some of the work is really fabulous. And if you haven't looked at the art project done by the high school students, go to the Railsham Gallery and check on it, you know, to see youth expression of their problems that they're experiencing, the things that they're feeling. It's really heartfelt. It's really quite extraordinary. Anything on Muskoka River Watershed Communications?
The next meeting's on the 10th. So nothing until then.
And Community Climate Action Plan.
That has recently been approved by council by county council to kick off. And so we're just in the process of determining our first date for meeting.
Okay, thank you. So under correspondence, I don't believe that we had anybody putting forward a motion on any of the correspondence. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence listing? Councilors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councilor Barry, second by Councilor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council received the October 5th, 2023 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the bylaws? Councilors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councilor Richards, second by Councilor Barry. Be it resolved, the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. 2023-88 as amended to regulate noise within the boundaries of the Township of Algonquin Highlands. 2023-89 to appoint a municipal law enforcement officer. 2023-90 to appoint inspectors under the Residential Tenancies Act. And 2023 to authorize the execution of an agreement for fire dispatch services.
All in favor? That's carried. Just to go back on the item that had present or was listed under closed session, would that be coming back to us at the next meeting or the one following now?
First meeting in November.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw? Councilors Dayu and Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councilor Barry. Be it resolved that bylaw 2023-93 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its October 5th, 2023 regular meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. And just quickly before we adjourn, I really would like to thank council. I know that we've had some really challenging discussions today and some frustrating moments for us all. And I would just like to thank you, all of you, for your commitment to these discussions. Having said that, could I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn? Councilors Dayu and Richards. Looking at Barry and saying Dayu.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councilor Richards. Be it resolved the October 5th, 2023 meeting is hereby adjourned at 3:07 PM.
All in favor? That's carried.